Good evening and welcome to our school board work session. Dr. Gordon, would you please introduce our presenter for our SPS strategic plan?
Yes, I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Buck. Let me a little feedback there. Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief Academic Officer. She's going to review with the board potential goals and indicators that we have created some samples for the board to potentially wordsmith, as well as a little bit more information about the process to kind of give the board a heads up. You do have a little bit of a homework assignment at the conclusion of her presentation, and she will go into more detail. Dr. Branch?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members. As Dr. Gordon stated, I'm going to go over some of our guidance regarding the school board goals and indicators. In the previous months, we have defined what our focus areas are, and I'll review that. I have put together a sample goals and indicators document just as a guidance for you all as you prepare to create goals under each of the focus areas, and then to provide some next steps. As a reminder, our school board, our 2023-2028 strategic plan focus areas are student achievement, climate and culture, human and fiscal resources, as well as community engagement and communication. In goal writing, we need to identify, as has been specified over the months, SMART goals. So SMART goals are specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, they're realistic, and they're time-bound or have timelines. Each goal needs to specify objectives, and that would be part of what the superintendent would do following the defining of the goals and indicators for each of the focus areas. And Mr. Littlefield, if you would switch to the strategic plan sample goals and indicators document. And this is also in our ESB as a separate PDF if you're not following along in the PowerPoint. And these were created primarily from the feedback you all provided in your goal writing, in your recommendations for goal writing. And that was followed by the SWOT analysis and additional feedback that was received. So under the area of student achievement, and as Dr. Gordon stated, this is pretty much wordsmithing. You all have already stated these things, and we rewrote or revised those statements to make them goals. For example, and I will not insult you by reading through all of these, students will demonstrate academic and social growth to become productive and responsible citizens. That wording came directly from your recommended goals. It came directly from the feedback you all received. Some of the indicators and the indicators need to be 3 to 5 per goal area. It's really important not to do too much, as we've stated before, that too much and nothing gets done. We want to be really strategic and specific in our goals as well as our indicators. An indicator that would be aligned with that first statement may be increase the percentage of students scoring advanced proficiency on state tests. It does specify which area that we want an increase in, and you could actually add a percentage based on baseline data that you have. So it could be that you say increase by 5% or increase by whatever percentage points you want. It's totally up to you how you all collaborate and create these, but you want them to be very specific and measurable. Under climate and culture, one of them is Suffolk Public Schools will develop a safe and supportive learning and work environment that focuses on the morale and safety of students and staff. An aligning indicator may be decrease the number of safety concerns, disciplinary actions, and student and staff incidences impacting student achievement and organizational climate by 5% annually. That indicator includes very specific information like in what areas do we want to decrease, how, it doesn't say the how because that would be part of the action planning, but those areas that would be decreased by 5% annually. So it is your choice as to how you want to write your indicators as well as goals to include measurable information, measurable items that can have milestones and timelines attached to that. You can scroll down a little bit, Mr. Littlefield. Another one under the area of human and fiscal resources. Suffolk Public Schools will attract, develop, and retain a highly diverse and qualified staff in all areas of employment and division operations. An indicator would be, and you can scroll down a little bit, increase staff retention and position fill rates. Again, you could add measurable percentage amounts to be more specific, but you would need the baseline data in order to have a starting point to get to your increase. And lastly, under community engagement and communication, Suffolk Public Schools will maintain the ability to engage the community through social media, website development, and direct messages in order to promote a consistent community message. An indicator may be to increase the division's visibility and communication methods to broaden the SPS footprint and story. Again, these were all pulled from your wording from your recommended goals. Next slide, please. Oh, that's me. So the board's next steps. Review the sample goals and indicators. None of them are etched in stone in any way. It is for you all to work collaboratively to create, revise, and edit goals and indicators. It is recommended 3 to 5 SMART goals per focus area and 2 to 3 targeted indicators per goal, depending on the indicator. Some may have more. It really depends on how you all define it and what you want to see happen over the course of the 5 years. This homework assignment, and I wouldn't be an educator if I didn't give you some type of assignment, as Dr. Gordon stated, is due by April 29th, the end of this month, back to the school board chair, however she deems that you all will collect this information and have it ready. Goals and indicators will then shape the superintendent's action plan. That is very important. That's where many of the how questions will be answered. They will be answered according to the focus area, the indicators. It will answer the timeline to get things done, who are the parties that will be involved in that process. It would indicate whether that would include full stakeholder involvement or specific groups. All of that would be included in the next steps action plan. That concludes my information.
And Madam Chair, just to add on to what Dr. Branch has really outlined for the board, just to kind of give you all some visioning moving forward. So after we receive this information back to you all for some final suggestions, wordsmithing on both goals and indicators, once we bring this back to you all May or June, depending on how much work needs to be done, we'll take a look at asking you all to provide a new name for the strategic plan and the implementation date. And right now, Dr. Branch tentatively has up there, for example, 2023 through 2028, because building exceptional schools technically expires in 2023. But you all have the authority to be able to revise that so that the new strategic plan would be 2022 through 2027. We are going to recommend to keep a 5-year time frame for the implementation and follow-through of the plan. But one of the things you can definitely see from your feedback, from the community's feedback, from staff's feedback, is to be able to really make sure that our goals interrelate and to make sure, as Dr. Branch put out there, to have some metrics that are both attainable depending on what our baseline data is. And one of the reasons why this strategic plan really won't actually be finalized until after July 1 is to make sure that you all have some baseline data to be able to include with that. So if you do decide to start the strategic plan, for example, in 2022, it would be a September start date. You all also have the flexibility to start the plan in January of 2023 as well. So that would be totally to the board's option. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And we'd use data from scores that we receive probably in August or September. It's when those scores usually come in and they're analyzed, and we know what happens from the summer and everything else. So that what we would be to use to act as our baseline, because that will be the first year the kids are actually back in school and on a regular test regimen.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Is that the recommendation?
That would be the recommendation. We will be able to share with you all some preliminary data that we can potentially have a work session to discuss. But as Dr. Buck just mentioned, all of our achievement data is not final usually until October. But you'll be able to have an opportunity to kind of use that for baseline data. And I definitely like your train of thought, Dr. Buck, where we have to use this school year as 1 year in isolation, since this is the first year in a while that we had students back in school full time.
We don't know, we wouldn't know where we'd be starting from. Board members, do you have comments with regard to that? Okay. Board member Howell?
I have a couple of questions, and forgive me, the rest of the board members up here who probably already know the answer to these things as I'm learning. I just want to clarify. So we are, at some point in the next 3 weeks, supposed to draft for you goals and indicators that Dr. Gordon will use to develop the objectives and the how. But we won't have the information we need to make these as specific and measurable as they need to be until possibly August, correct?
Yes, you will be able to create preliminary goals. Yes, based on information, based on where you want to go right now. That may change, and it's okay because the plan will not be finalized until later on. But to begin working on your focused goals, and you're right, there may not be measurables as far as discipline data provided to you in 3 weeks, but you may have an idea of how much you want to decrease, or a general idea. I wouldn't be too broad or too high because you do not have the baseline data, but you can begin projecting what your goals would potentially be.
Yes, thank you. Thankfully, I think we're all educators up here, so SMART goal is not a foreign concept. As I was reading over the PowerPoint at home, I was looking for the SMART goals because I thought that that's what I was going to be reading. And so my notes all over it were like, where are the SMART goals? So you addressed that. I thank you for that. I guess this question is more for Dr. Buck, if I can. Sure. How do we do this? But by April 29th, will we have a special meeting or a work session? How do we do this efficiently?
What we have done is we've worked on this all this year. We started, let me tell you what we did, because it's hard when you walk in and so your questions are right on point. We started this last year with a board self-evaluation, looked at the areas that we wanted to work in, and of course our strategic plan is due for an update, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, in 2023 anyway. So we began this process last summer.
Okay.
And so we're in the midst of the process.
Okay.
All right. And so right now, what you would do is read over your materials and send me your recommendations, because we're on like the end of you're coming in almost at the end of the process.
Okay.
And that's why. Now, we can do this electronically if you all want to, but it's something that you can decide to do. I'm open to whatever your suggestions are.
I don't want to make anything difficult. I just know with group projects, so to speak, the virtual aspect, the email aspect can make it more challenging and more timely with all the back and forth. But I certainly am not going to rock the boat if that is not everyone's preference. And I did give input for this, so I was able to participate in that. I was just trying to understand the timeline of things. What we have in place is good through December 31st, correct?
It's actually good through June 30th of 2023.
Okay.
Part of the reason, Ms. Howell, we started this process earlier is because the school board has actually achieved about 90 to 95% of the things that were actually written for building exceptional schools.
Okay.
So we didn't want to really have the board waste a year kind of rehashing some things that have already been done, especially since we know that with us having 2 interrupted years, the data can't really compare.
Sure.
So in conversations with the chair and with the other board members, we felt this would be a good time to start something fresh and to use the 21-22 school years, the baseline data moving forward. And just to add on to Dr. Buck's answer for you, you all can also take a look at some of the metrics that you actually use during building exceptional schools to kind of use as a guide, if you would like, because many of the same focus areas are pretty similar to the core goals that you had in building exceptional schools.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all the questions that I have. I was just trying to frame in my mind the timeline. I see the due date. How is this going to happen in a few weeks if we're not meeting again? And even if the preference is not to meet electronically, if I could meet one-on-one with 1 or 2 of you to work through the process for the first time. I've written IEP goals for decades, it feels like,
Right.
but with different sets of data.
Data.
So I just want to make sure that I'm actively engaged in this.
And just as an old special education teacher would say, everybody else is catching up with what we used to do, what we were trained to do. They finally caught up with that you look at how people get information and then you tailor the program to that instead of feeding them information and doing whatever. But anyway, we can get together, and it depends on the preference of the board, again, what people want to do. But I think that what we can do now is basically, we've given input during these sessions, and I think the idea, at least I've been getting Google Docs from people, is to add our input using that technology. But we can get together and sit down and talk about where we want to add. And everybody doesn't have to add something under every topic. If there's a topic that you have, say if you're interested or you think that you could do or have some input with regard to student achievement, that would be something, because we could talk about the way students learn and how they get information, that kind of thing. That would be something that we could look at when we get down to indicators and some of the fine point things. We could look at that. But tell me, board members, what do you guys think? Anybody? Board Member Story?
Well, I do know that I have heard, starting in July from you, the word collaboratively. You will work together collaboratively. Tonight you said, we will work together, you will work, meaning us, will work together collaboratively. And I just don't see maybe that happening, but it certainly hasn't happened up to now. We each turn in individual things, someone sifts through them, and out pops something. But we haven't sat together yet and worked collaboratively on goals or indicators or anything. And if you make indicators that, as you said, per year, a 3% increase, per year or whatever, without the benchmarks, without knowing where we are, our indicators could end up over 100%, which might be totally irrelevant or not realistic, right? So 2 things I'm confused about. All the collaboration, I just don't think is going to happen. I just don't think that piece has been done, as you've indicated, that we're working collaboratively. And then the other thing is, I agree that we have no benchmarks for these things to start from. We don't have benchmarks for reading scores or anything like that to which to say per year, we hope that we see these increases, because as I said, we could end up not even close to 50% of the kids reading, or we could end up with 120% of the kids reading. So I'm confused about those 2 things.
One of the things that I believe, unless some other board member has any, we began this process during our self-evaluation. It depends on your definition of collaboration, and I think that we need to make that clear. Collaboration can be electronic collaboration. Collaboration can be when we came together for our work session, even though there were other distracting parts. We came together for a work session. We've been working in work sessions, doing pieces of this at a time. So we've had plenty of opportunity over the year to work collaboratively on this information. So it just depends on how you feel about what collaboration should look like. But I believe that if we put our heads together, the things that we talked about, these headings, I remember, Mr. Riddick, were you not the person who talked about communication?
Yeah.
I remember that I was the person who talked about fiscal and human resources. I remember Mrs. Mayo talking about student achievement when we were there, and communication, I believe, and school climate.
School climate.
So, I mean, all of the pieces that we've had, that we've put together over the year, we've done it in segments. We didn't do it in a day or working together in a day, but we've come together as a group and done this, and we did it this way so it could be spread out, and it has been spread out, and so we'd have time to look at it. I believe that we've used the data that we have to look at where our needs were. We used those data to look at where our needs were. Of course, nobody added the COVID problem that we've had, changed everything, turned everything upside down. But we could also, if we really wanted to research this and do a good job, we could look at trends pre-COVID to see where scores were if we wanted to get some benchmarks. I think we have done this looking at 5% growth or 3% growth or whatever in areas where they are needed. So I think there are some indicators that were before now, that before this period, that we could look at to give us some idea of where we wanted to go. But indeed, our information will come back in October. We can look at some frameworks for what we want to do. People can give ideas for what they would like. And this has been, I think I've been on the board for 10 years. And I think we've done a good job of giving input. Phyllis has been here longer than me. But we did a good job of pulling this together, because in the past when we've done things before, it's pretty much been the staff, and we had a wonderful staff doing the work, but I think that this has been the best opportunity for us, each of us, to give our input and put the pieces together. And again, I'm open to a work session if people would like to have one. I have no problem with that at all. Mr. Rigg, did you want to?
Madam Chair, I too am open to a work session, an in-person work session. However, I want to be clear, I don't want us to start from scratch, because
Right.
most
No,
of the work has been done already, and it was done in a collaborative fashion, because I remember sitting in our meetings and chiming in, talking about community engagement and communications, and I remember other board members bringing up student achievement. I do understand the concern that the baseline data is where the question would be if we don't have the scores to go from. But I think we could put our heads together and see where we can pull from, if possible, what's currently available. But I would urge all board members to have an open mind. Let's not focus on the problems, but let's recognize the problems and propose a viable solution so we can be productive than to continue to spin wheels unnecessarily.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
also, after we do our assigned work, we can discuss it at our next work session, because we will have more information with all of our broad headings, and then with our goals and our indicators, and we can take a look at what we need to do, and we can come up with some idea about percentages or whatever we want to do. But I know that we don't have data, the kind of data that some people are looking for, but we can start somewhere, and then once we get it, we can add to it. So we can work, I think we can work together when we come back for our May work session, because we'll have more information, because everybody's ideas will be revealed after April the 29th.
Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you. I concur with what Ms. Mayo said as well as Mr. Riddick. I think the important thing to do is to use what we have and to make sure we participate in this so that you can say that you were a part of the process and we could work collaboratively together, but we have to participate, we have to use what we have, and we will go and work from there to make a better vision for our school. But the kids have been in school, they've been working, so we have some type of data somewhere. And so we need to, gather that and use what we have and participate in the process and not just keep complaining about it, but participate and do something about it.
I think that at this point, Dr. Branch, it might be that if we look at that Maywork session, because I know we have the spring break coming up and people might feel pressured, but if we look at that Maywork session, even if we want to do a separate work session, we can do that at a later date. The thing that I want all board members to know is the good thing about us starting last year and doing this in pieces is we're not pressed. We've got time, and that's why we planned it this way, so that we don't have to have a document in hand. If we have to wait till October to get the data, that's fine. That's not a problem, because we know we will have final scores from this year, and we'll have a real baseline from when the kids were in school, when they got tested on the regular regimen, and we'll have facts to deal with, and we'll know where to start. So I know that sometimes you can feel pressure when people ask you for something and you want it right away. But everybody, I want you to make sure you don't feel pressured, any of you, about when we have to get this done. So I'm thinking that would be, if we could back the date up just a little bit, and then look at our Maywork session for making sure we have all this together. If some of you want to go ahead and work on it and send me your information if you have it. If you don't, though, or if you don't feel comfortable or you just don't feel like you're ready, I have that. But remember, we're not pressured to do this. That's why we planned it. That's why we did our self-evaluation. That's why we timed it this way. And that's why we're using our work sessions this way. Mr. Rigor.
Madam Chair, it would be my recommendation to the board that we have an in-person work session on a separate date from a meeting day. So we are not limited to the 1 hour time constraint to unpack this thing, where we can make a valuable plan so we can hear more of the great suggestions from our staff and the great suggestions from fellow board members, because we all come from various backgrounds. And I think if we could have an additional day, excluding from the normal meeting, where we can just take our time and go through it, because for me personally, sometimes I feel a little rushed. I'm coming from work, rushing to the meeting, sitting at the meeting, and then we have 5 to 6, then we have another presentation. If we don't have a closed session, it can be kind of hectic, for the lack of better terms, from my point of view.
I see.
But that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
And normally we have a work session during the summer. So that would be a good opportunity for a summer work session if we wanted to do that. Or we could have a May work session if people are available. Now, the only problem with that is people's schedules when we talk about a work session, especially for people who work, where you're going to be here several hours. If we want to do something in the evening, you're going to be limited to the time that people will be fresh and ready to work. But I have no problem with that either way, whatever the recommendation is.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, staff, we don't have a problem with having this discussion as far as on a different date. The April 29th date that we had suggested to the board was to allow all of you all to submit your information to Dr. Buck so that we could present it to you at your next work session so everyone's words would be there. One thing I do want to remind the board of is that you will already have to have a second special meeting in May to approve your budget, to adopt your budget.
But, whatever we get.
So that might be a date that you may want to think about based on Mr. Riddick's suggestion. This way you potentially wouldn't have to have 3 meetings in the month of May. If you want to go that route, you may want to go ahead and assign a second work session during the day that you actually adopt your budget, since staff and the board will have to come together on that date anyway.
And so what we could do is do that in reverse. Instead of having the work session first, we could go ahead and adopt the budget first and then have the work session after we do the budget adoption. How does that sound to everybody? Does that sound good to everybody?
It sounds good.
Okay, and then we could just come together. So whatever that date is going to be, we're not sure because we won't know until after council does its thing, but whatever that date is, then that would be, I can do that, just by consensus, we are agreeing that whatever day that is, we're going to adopt the budget and then go on, that'll be the day that we do our work session, if that would be okay. Okay? Are we agreed, everybody? Board Member Story?
I have a suggestion that that we are able to work wherever that meeting is. We could bring tables around, we can see each other, talk to each other, look at each other eye to eye. This isn't this arrangement here is difficult to, really work with people. So I'd ask that whenever that is, that we have this collaborative environment, and I think that will help us.
It's kind of hard to do that on a stage, but we'll figure it out, because it's hard to do that.
Well, we do have CCAP too.
We have to show the meeting, we have to live stream the meeting, and we'll figure it out, okay? We'll figure out whatever we do, okay? All right. So I think we're good. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we'll figure it out, okay? But right now, we have agreed by consensus that this will be a work session that we will add to the day, whatever the day we do the budget approval. And I think everybody's in agreement with that. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And at this time, let me go back to my program here. At this time, we are going to take a brief recess, and we will see you when we return. Thank you. one of my favorite things at this time. This is the time in which we look at our work product, our wonderful students. We are honoring the graduates of Lakeland High School tonight. The Cavaliers are out in full force tonight, and so we're going to look on the screen and see our honor students from the class of 2022, the Lakeland Cavaliers. Dr. Gordon, would you introduce our presenters?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium both Ms. Marie Bullock, Assistant Principal at Lakeland High School, and Ms. Williams, our School Counseling Lead, School Counseling Director, to talk about our Class of 2022 honor graduates at Lakeland High School. Ms. Bullock, Ms. Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
School Board Chair, board members, Dr. Gordon. As stated, I am Ms. Bullock. I am the Assistant Principal from Lakeland High School, and we are the home of Project Lead the Way Biomed program, as well as the new Center for Performance and Production Arts, and we are extremely excited and proud of both of these programs. Tonight, the School Counseling Director, Ms. Sheila Williams, and myself are here to celebrate and to recognize the honor graduates from Lakeland High School. At this time, I will bring up Ms. Sheila Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock. Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Dr. Brooks-Buck, Ms. Byram, and all school board members. I am Sheila Williams. I am the School Counseling Director at Lakeland High School, and this is one of my most memorable moments of Lakeland High School. Every year, I get to come and present our wonderful honor graduates, and like Dr. Brooks-Buck, this is a great moment that I love to have every year as well. We will be presenting students from all over, and they will be going off and journeying off to different places. They will be majoring in pre-med, chemistry, biology, entrepreneurship, and everything in between. And we are just excited and happy for them as they take their next journey into their life. And I would like to present our first honoree. Mr. Dylan Anderson. His parents are John and Kathy Anderson. His favorite memory of Suffolk Public School is when he played Forest Glen football in the 7th and 8th grade. He plans to graduate and attend the apprentice program at one of the shipyards. Next, we have Christine Ante, parents Gabriel Ante. Her favorite memory of Suffolk Public School is being valedictorian in the elementary school during their final award ceremony. Her plans after graduation: she hopes to attend William & Mary majoring in biology with a pre-med track, then go to med school to become a pediatrician. Next, we have Chase Barden. Parents are Clyde and Amy Barden. His favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing varsity football for 3 years. After graduation, he plans to attend Newport News Shipbuilding in the apprentice program to become an electrician. Next, we have Hannah Bass. Her parents are Brian and Lou Ellen Bass. Her favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is going to Virginia Tech for the FFA State Convention. After graduation, she plans to attend TCC in their veterinarian technology program. Next, we have Daryl Beeman. His parents, Cavanzo and Latricia Beeman. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public School for Daryl is being a member of the boys, junior, and varsity basketball teams. His plans after graduation: attending a 4-year college or university. He is undecided at this moment, majoring in business or finance. Ashlyn Bott. Ashlyn's parents are Wendy and John Bott. Her favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools were the field days that they had at Forest Glen. After graduation, she plans to attend TCC to get her core classes covered. Then she plans to pursue a career in criminal justice and forensics. Next, we have Nia Bradshaw. Her parents are Stacy Turner and Norman Bradshaw. Her favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be the field day in elementary school at Kilby Shores. After graduation, she plans to attend Virginia State University, majoring in accounting. Naya Bryant. Her parents are Todd and Laura Bryant. Her favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be her elementary school teacher, Mrs. Daniels, from Booker T. Washington. She is the reason that she wants to become a teacher now. The way that she cared for us and taught us proved that she wasn't just there for the money, but actually wanted to see us succeed and be great. Her plans after graduation would be to attend Norfolk State University, majoring in elementary education. Her hopes would be to be more than a teacher to her students as her teacher was to her. Christian Campbell. Parents are Amber Louise June and Mark Louise June, and also Ryan Campbell. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be playing soccer all 4 years in high school. After graduation, Christian plans to attend Paul D for a year and hopefully transfer to UNC Charlotte. He plans on being a mechanic and building his own garage. Next, we have Jordan Clark. Her parents are Ingrid and Ronald Clark. Her favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be starting volleyball in the 7th grade and continuing to play all the way through high school. After graduation, she plans to attend the University of Kentucky, majoring in studio art. Next, we have Christopher Copeland. Christopher's parents are Daryl and Octavia Copeland. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is 8th grade when he graduated from Forest Glen. After graduation, he plans to attend Norfolk State University, majoring in nursing. Next, we have Callis Council. Latasha Spratley and Kamani Council are her parents. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing basketball. After graduation, she plans to attend VCU, majoring in physical therapy. Faith Cross. Her parents are Sharon and Amani Cross. Favorite memory would be winning Miss Sophomore and becoming homecoming queen. After graduation, attending Virginia State University, majoring in psychology. Next, we have Kendall Davis. Brian and Jennifer Davis are her parents. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is leaving school for summer break. Plans after graduation would be going to play field hockey at Hood College while earning her degree to become a physical therapist. Next, we have Jamari Demio. Cecilia Mazel and Latrone Demio are her parents. Fondest memory would be playing varsity basketball for the Lakeland High School to win their first regional championship in 2019 and 20. After graduation, she plans to attend a 4-year college or university, majoring in psychology, then obtain a doctoral degree to become a clinical psychologist. Next, we have Tamara Freeman. Sequira Falk and Christopher Freeman are her parents. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools, the National Honor Society coming together to support Tamara's helping hands. Her plans after graduation: attend either VCU or North Carolina A&T, majoring in psychology. Next, we have Julian Giles. Janice Raspberry and Kenneth Giles are his parents. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public School is playing football and being taken in like family immediately, although this was his first year attending Lakeland High School. Plans after graduation: attend Elizabeth City State University, majoring in business management. Next, we have Mallory Goings. Her parents are William and Christy Goings. Her fondest memories are senior night for field hockey with all of her best friends. It was a great last memory for playing. After graduation, she plans to attend James Madison University, majoring in dietetics. Next, we have Justin Harrell. Parents are Kimberly and William Harrell. His fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools is a field trip to Operation Smile for biomed. After graduation, he plans to go to college, he's still undecided which, and become an oral surgeon. Next, we have Nicholas Heisler. His parents are Bethany Heisler and Will Griffin. His favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools was attending a dance at the pep rally, or dancing at the pep rally on the gym floor during his sophomore year. Plans after graduation is undecided. Christina Hoover. Parents are Clyde and Roseanne Hoover. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing field day in 2nd grade. Her plans after graduation: attend Regent University, majoring in psychology. Brooke Howe. Her parents are Lindsay and Scott Howe. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is performing labs in biomed. Her plans after graduation would be to attend the University of Virginia, double majoring in biology and chemistry on a pre-med track. Next, we have Nicholas Jakey. Parents Jamie and Teresa Jakey. Fondest memory is making it to the state swim meet his freshman year. After graduation, he plans to attend University of North Carolina, Charlotte, majoring in mechanical engineering. Next, we have Peyton Jacobs. Her parents are Leslie and William Jacobs. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is performing in orchestra for 7 years with Mrs. Albritton. Her plans after graduation, moving to North Carolina and pursuing a degree in ecology. Jimmy Jang. His parents are Yan Chin and Dao Jin Yin Jang. His favorite memories of Suffolk Public Schools would be playing tennis for Lakeland High School. Plans after graduation, attend Virginia Tech, majoring in computer engineering. Alicia Johnson, parents Anthony and Nancy Johnson. Her fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools would be sophomore year, right before COVID and the basketball games. Plans after graduation, attend the University of Virginia, majoring in chemistry, and then pursue a pharmaceutical development. Brandon Johnson. Parents are Kariva McKnight and Bobby Hardy. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools would be participating in all the fun senior events. Plans after graduation would be to attend community college. Tiana Jones. Parents Deanna Jones, Kendra Runner, and Antoine Hines. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools would probably be her senior year in general and being able to make new friends and new memories and bigger and better opportunities. Plans after graduation would be to attend Norfolk State University, majoring in nursing. Mary Kiger. Parents Thomas and Michelle Kiger. Her fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools would be playing tag on the field at Kilby Shores and running into a tree. Plans after graduation, undecided on a college, but plans to major in engineering. Tori Kinsey, parents Brian and Joy Kinsey. Her fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools was when she went to state for field hockey 2 years in a row. I thought it was really cool and such a big accomplishment. Her plans after graduation would be to attend TCC, then transfer to Old Dominion University. Jalen Knight. His parents are Shavonda Ralph and Alvin Knight. Fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools would be his 11th grade virtual year. Plans after graduation, attend Norfolk State University or Old Dominion University for technology engineering. Now we'll have Ms. Bullock.
John Langston, parents David and Beth Langston. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is 8th grade. It was his favorite year, and he made the best memories in Suffolk Public Schools. After high school, he plans to attend North Carolina State, majoring in field crops technology. Deanna Lassiter, parents Latoria Lassiter. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is winning the 3A regional championship with the girls' basketball team. Her plans after graduation are to attend Thomas Nelson Community College, majoring in nursing, and then transfer to a 4-year university. Lauren Leonard. Her parents are Dana Hargrove and Larry Leonard. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is becoming a part of the robotics team at McBen Elementary and attending the robotics competition in 5th grade. Her plans after graduation are to attend ODU and major in criminal justice. Carson Lewis, parents Suzanne and Stacy Lewis. Carson's fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing field hockey and making it to the state quarterfinals her freshman year. Another memory while playing field hockey for Suffolk Public Schools was being named Suffolk News Herald's Player of the Week. Her plans after graduation are to attend Paul D. Camp, majoring in general studies, and then transferring to ODU, majoring in dental hygiene. Shanasia Lyles, parents Felicia Johnson and Eugene Cheeks. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being able to attend the cosmetology course at Pruden, because it has helped her to grow as a stylist and entrepreneur. She is very thankful to have met new people along the way. After graduation, she plans to attend ODU, majoring in business management. Amora Marchand, parents Maria Chirico. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be playing field hockey and softball and making tons of amazing memories and friendships. Her most recent memory would be to have stepped onto the field for her last game here. Her plans after graduation are to attend Bridgewater College to play field hockey. Her idea is to major in human nutrition or health sciences and minor in business. Micaiah Mills. Parents are Kanisha and Alex Bly. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is 9th and 10th grade year before COVID. Her plans after graduation are to go to cosmetology school and to obtain her cosmetology license. Julia Mogren. Parents Daniel and Rachel Mogren. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing on the Lakeland girls soccer team and starting her sophomore year and finishing off high school with soccer. Her plans after graduation are to attend George Mason University, majoring in astronomy. Molly Murray, parents Chris Murray. Molly's fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is going to the gala for culinary class and selling one of her cheesecakes for $330.
Oh my goodness. Get out of here.
Her plans after graduation are to attend Johnson & Wales, the North Carolina campus, and to pursue her culinary dream of becoming a pastry chef. Tevin Newby, parents Janet Goodman. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is having great teachers who have helped him along the way. After graduation, Tevin plans to create a customized sneaker business. Nicholas Palmer, parents Nicholas and Karen Palmer. His fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools, he will never forget his 8th grade year at Forest Glen Middle School. He met some of his closest friends there, and they will be his friends for the rest of his life. After graduation, he plans to attend the apprentice program at Norfolk Naval to become an electrician. Pauline Pierce, parents Michelle and Tazwell Pierce. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is participating in the extracurricular activities such as Quest, Gifted Art, Fashion, and Chorus. They gave her reasons to attend and enjoy school. Her plans after graduation are to attend the Adult College and Career Academy at Pruden to obtain a cosmetology license. Shane Pulley, parents Paula and Alan Pulley. Shane's fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of the school orchestra for 7 years with Mrs. Albritton, who is a wonderful conductor. After graduation, Shane plans to attend VCU, majoring in photography and film with a minor in kinetic imaging. Cornelia Ravel, parents Cornelius and Sabrina Ravel. Cornelia's fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools was attending Kilby Shores Elementary School with 2 of her younger siblings and being accepted into the biomed program at Lakeland High School. After graduation, Cornelia plans to attend James Madison University or Hampton University with the hopes of becoming a nurse anesthetist. Alasia Ricks, parents Laura Paul and Walter Ricks. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools was being able to be in the AVID program, Advanced via Individual Determination, during her 7th and 8th grade year. After graduation, she plans to attend ODU, majoring in general studies. Jaden Rogers, parents Deanna Florence and Garland Johnson. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing football with his best friends and have a long-lasting memory with a great football family. Plans after high school are to get his CDL, Class B to be exact, and to drive dump trucks for a construction company, which is something that he has loved since he was a kid. Carmen Roop, Parents Kanda and Terry Roop. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools are the memories of the track and field and softball teams. The track team is one big family and they all work together. Coach Tree is probably one of the best coaches that she has ever had. She said Coach Tree is very encouraging and uplifting. The softball team is a very hardworking group of girls, and they have put in so much time and effort to get to where they are today. After high school, she plans to attend Paul D. Camp and play softball and then transfer to ODU to major in nursing to become a labor and delivery nurse. Kamari Roundtree. Parents Brian and Dr. Nicole Roundtree. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of the Lakeland High School track and field team. She has built bonds and made memories that she will cherish for a lifetime. After high school, she plans to attend Hampton University on a full track and field and merit-based scholarship. She plans to major in nursing with the desire to become a nurse anesthetist. Ethan Russell, parents David and Renee Russell. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing soccer on the Lakeland varsity soccer team. After high school, he plans to attend Longwood University, majoring in business. Jordan Saunders, parents Walter Saunders and Cheryl Saunders. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is senior night for the varsity basketball team. After graduation, he plans to go to the apprenticeship school for one of the local shipyards. Micah Smith, parents Vanita McIntosh. His fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of the orchestra throughout all of middle school and his last 2 years of high school. After graduation, he plans to attend Virginia Wesleyan University, majoring in business. Alexa Snyder, parents Michael and Janelle Snyder. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being one of 2 players to make the varsity field hockey team as a starting player. The same season, they went to the state championships. Even though they lost, the opposing team's coach told her that she had great speed and much potential for years to come. It was an amazing experience for her. After graduation, she plans to attend Chowan University, majoring in early childhood education. Savannah Stevenson, parents Eddie and Melinda Stevenson. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is playing soccer starting in 7th grade and continuing to her senior year, as well as attending the veterinary program at Pruden. Plans after graduation, she plans to attend the veterinary technology program at TCC. Cornesia Sutton, parents Jessica Sanderson. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be first day freshman year. After graduation, she plans to attend TCC and transfer to ODU, majoring in business. Christina Tinkham, parents Christopher and Sheila Tinkham. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is walking down the hallway with her friends while watching videos online. Her plans after graduation is to attend Radford University, majoring in biochemistry, life sciences, and pre-health with a minor in psychology. Madison Truitt, parents Teresa and Bobby Truitt. Her fondest memories of Suffolk Public Schools would be 5th grade at Pioneer Elementary School. It was the first year that Pioneer opened, and they performed a song in dedication of the school, and it was the first class at Pioneer Elementary School, which is now Southwestern again. After graduation, she plans to attend Bridgewater College, majoring in liberal studies with a concentration in education. Jaleel Walker, parents Lenny Walker and April Johnson. Fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools, the teachers and staff that helped him reach his goals. His plans after graduation are to attend Norfolk State University, majoring in computer science. Victoria Wilkins, parents Victor and Natalie Wilkins. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is field day and after-school events at Kilby Shores. Those were always enjoyable with my friends, and we would spend the whole day having fun. After graduation, Victoria's plans are undecided on a college, but she will major in social work. Wesley Wilkins, parents Dr. Andrea Tillery Wilkins and grandmother Cynthia Thompson Royster. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a part of the Lakeland High School Quiet Storm Marching Band. His plans after graduation are to attend either Howard University or UVA, majoring in pharmacy. Brashay Williams, parents Brandon and Courtney Williams. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being named a part of the biomed program at Lakeland High School. Her plans after graduation are to attend Hampton University and major in biology to become a future neuroradiologist. DeShayla Williams, parents Robin Hayes, Carlton Hayes, and Gabriel Williams. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is cheering 9th through 12th grade years. It helped her to become social with people and get out of her comfort zone. And she got the opportunity to become close with some of the young ladies on the team. After graduation, she plans to attend college, majoring in entrepreneurship. Deja Wilson, parents Alvin Wilson II and Felicia Wilson. Her fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is throughout the 4 years that she has attended Lakeland High School, she has built new relationships and she has grown individually. But her fondest memories come from being a part of the Lakeland High School Quiet Storm Marching Band. After graduation, she plans to attend college to further pursue her career in music. John Worley, parents James and Jessica Worley. His fondest memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being named Group Commander of ROTC his senior year. After graduation, he plans to attend Virginia Military Institute, majoring in biology. Those are your class of 2022 honor graduates for Lakeland High School. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, would you like to make some comments? Okay, Board Member Howell.
I would like to congratulate all of the graduates. I know the hard work that it has taken, and especially smack dab in the middle of all that pandemic. So your badge of honor is a little different than some who've come before you. Enjoy these last few months. I'm sure you're getting antsy, but keep your head to keep going, and enjoy this season and soak it up. It'll be over before you know it.
Yes, it will. Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you. I, too, would like to congratulate all of the honor graduates, and I also want to commend the teachers, the staff, the parents, grandparents, the aunties that helped them get to, where they are today. And don't ever forget who pushed you to this point, and I'm sure they'll be there for you, and we will be here for you too. We don't want it to stop here. You're just beginning, and we know that our future looks bright because you're going to be a part of it, and you will, all those doctors and engineers, when we get old, you'll probably build a wheelchair that we can roll in when we get older and whatever. So we just thank you, and we're proud of you.
Board Member Mayor.
Yes, go Cavaliers. Congratulations to the 2022 honor graduates of Lakeland High School. It's certainly clear that these honor graduates have goals, and they have remained steadfast in their pursuit of academic excellence. These students are certainly commended for their hard work and for remaining focused, especially during the pandemic and through their high school years. And certainly they are already benefiting from their academic excellence. And we see that they've been accepted at numerous colleges, universities. Some plan to enter various programs or other career pathways to further their education, and some are scholarship recipients as well. I'm very proud of these Lakeland Cavaliers, and may they continue to enjoy each step in their life's journey and make great strides toward realizing their dreams. And I want to thank all members of the Lakeland High School administrative staff, the teachers, guidance personnel, everyone. When I start naming names, I'll leave somebody out. So all members of the Lakeland High School family who had a part in helping them to reach their goals. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Board Member Riddick.
I would like to say congratulations to all of the undergraduates from Lakeland High School, realizing that you face challenges that few people before you had to face. I want to say thank you for not allowing life circumstances and life situations to get the best of you and cause you to slack or give up. But I want to also commend you for continuing to strive towards your goal, and that was to complete high school with honors. It brings me great joy to see several of the students I know, but what stood out most to me throughout the presentation was how the students gave back to their teachers. Oftentimes, people don't understand that it takes a village. It takes a village to raise a child and to continue to support the child. And we see the evidence, and the proof is in the pudding of the students who graduated with honors, that they were giving thanks to their teachers who supported their goals. And I just want to say this to all of the undergraduates and to all the graduates. Life is like a bank. You can only take out of life what you put into it. And the steps you take in life necessarily don't have to be great, but it just have to be in the right direction. We're proud of you. To all of those who are majoring in education and mechanics, we would love to have you to come back to the city of Suffolk Public Schools and share your share your skills with us. And if there's anything that I can do as a board member or in any other capacity, please feel free to reach out to me and let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Story.
Yes, there's a lot that's been said for the honor grads, and of course I would like to say congratulations to all of them. Congratulations to those that were in the biomed program, and we will have eventually some that are in the next specialty program, and that'll be fun to see what they do and where they go. But I want to focus on those names who are not in the honor grad. There is a lot of students graduating that maybe had a rough time of it, but they're still graduating, and they made it, and they will be there for graduation. And so to all those students that we did not name here, but yet are graduating, kudos to you, because this is a step you need. You want that high school diploma. So for those students, I want to say that I think all of us know that there's this other group of students, and they deserve also to have someone say congratulations to you as well. And then we'll do that as well on graduation day. But so best of luck to you, Cavaliers.
Vice Chair Barrow.
This is a great time of the year, as Dr. Buck has said. I want to congratulate all the students on these awards. Being an honor graduate is a great accomplishment. Their parents should be congratulated, and of course, as many have said, their teachers, our administrators, all of those people had a hand in that. As I look at this group of honor graduates, I've been on the board for quite a while. I have followed many of these students since they were in kindergarten. I followed them through elementary school, middle school, and now through their high school years. It really makes me feel very old, but very proud of all their accomplishments. And some of these students I have held when they were born, just after they were born, so I have a special interest. We have invested a lot in these students as a board, as a school system, and this is the product of our investment. And I think our money has been used wisely. I'm very proud of their accomplishments, and I look forward to their continued success in the future. And I was noticing some of the parents' names. I also taught them. So that makes me very proud, and that their students are honor graduates. So, you know, it's a very wonderful time of the year. Thank you.
Thank you all. I want to say, as I started out saying, this is my favorite time of the year because this is the time of the year that I get to say, if you wonder what we're doing with your tax dollars, I can show you. Okay, I can show you better than I can tell you. These children have done a wonderful job in the midst of a terrible situation. We never expected what we got, but we made it. I want to thank you all as counselors and as administrators and teachers, as Mrs. Mayo said, the whole staff, everybody, for pulling together with these students. I want to thank those parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles, that all sorts of people, and the other guardians. Families are all sorts of combinations now. We just thank God for you and for what you've done to pour into these children's lives. I saw in this 54 students who are going on to higher education, because I was counting, who've gone on to higher education, at least 54. I want to taste a $300 cake. I can assure you I've not. I mean, I've had a piece of wedding cake. That's the only thing that I can think of that's comparable, but I'm sure it was delicious. I'm proud of our students going into licensure programs because they can get the training that they need to do some of the new jobs that are now available. And of course, I always count the teachers, and I pray that they will come back to our system, to their community, and serve their communities. So I'm looking forward to seeing these young people on graduation day and to seeing all of you. This is a wonderful occasion, and there's nothing that makes me prouder than to see these days from these 3 high schools and to see these children and all of the things that they have done. I am grateful. I heard the comments about the teachers that they made, and it's just so nice to be reminded in the field of education, our field, because most of us, many of us up here, most of us are teachers or have worked with children before in some capacity. Our rewards are not short-term, they're long-term. So this is the time that we get a reward on our investment, a return on our investment, and this is our reward. So I just want to thank you for what you've done, and we applaud them because they've done a wonderful job. Thank you. We're going to take a break for about 15 minutes, and I'll ask all board members to be back in your seats, please, at 6:59 if we can, so we can start at 7. Thank you. Good evening, and welcome to the meeting of the Suffolk Public School Board. Welcome, all of you, parents and students. We have some special things that are going to go on tonight, and so we're excited, and we're going to get started. We're going to begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Karen Jenkins is going to lead us.
Please stand.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. First item is approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Chair.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda as written. Are there questions or concerns?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I would like to add to the agenda discussion of Kings Fork Middle School behavior climate.
Okay, what, under new business, or is this a closed session?
New business, or whichever you prefer.
I don't have an idea what you want to discuss, so my question, would it be for a closed session, Mr. Riddick, or is it a?
Based on what Mr. Riddick just said, I don't believe it would be an appropriate closed meeting discussion item, because it doesn't sound as though it pertains to any particular employee. He mentioned the climate at the school, so I think it would be an
All right. So
open meeting item.
We can make that item 10 under new business. Are there other questions? Okay. Board members, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Board Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have no citizen comments on the agenda on agenda topics, so we're going to move on to the good news report. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our community engagement facilitator, Mr. Melvin Bradshaw, to discuss our good news report with highlights on SPS alumni, the Virginia Space Coaster, Miss Roanoke Teen, our 13th annual CTE Student Conference, grants and awards, athletic and finance wins, our March Teacher Spotlight, our Citywide Teacher of the Year, and then I will close it out with calendar of events. Mr. Bradshaw?
Members of our Suffolk School Board. I'd like to begin our good news report by acknowledging a few of our SPS alumni. Ms. Alberta Cross, a 2016 graduate of Nansemond River High School and former student at John Yates Middle School. She attended Virginia Commonwealth University. She is now a nurse at Obici Centera Hospital. Ms. Cross is also a distinguished author, having published her book, ESA Full Circle, which was released in March 2021. The paperback version is available on Amazon. Cross wrote her book to inspire others who are going through trials to understand that life is full of circles and to never give up. Her mother, Ms. Felicia Cross, is a cafeteria worker at Nansemond River High School. Priscilla Robinson. April is the month of the military child, and as such, we want to recognize a military child and thriving honor student at Nansemond River High School. Priscilla Robinson. Priscilla successfully completed the Virginia Space Coast Scholars Program for the 2021-22 academic year. The program is for high school sophomores focusing on science, engineering, and technology, integral to current missions at NASA Wallops Flight Facility and the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. Priscilla plans to use her knowledge in STEM and her experience in the VSCS program to become a planetary geologist. Ayanna Johnson. Ayanna Johnson, student at Nansemond River High School, was formally recognized by the Virginia House of Delegates as the reigning Miss Roanoke Valley Outstanding Teen 2022 for her efforts as an ambassador for sickle cell disease. Our 13th annual CTE Student Conference. This was held at the Hilton Garden Inn on March 24th. This professional student conference provided 9th grade students an opportunity to interact within career-related programs offered by Suffolk Public Schools. 133 students participated from our 3 high schools, and an additional 21 students attended from CCAP along with 4 CCAP instructors. Special shout-outs go out to Andre Skinner, our CTE coordinator, and his team for hosting such a wonderful event. Grant awards. Nansemond River High School was awarded a $7,500 grant from Dominion Energy. This grant will fund the Project Lead the Way engineering initiative. Warriors Go Green. Students will learn about green energy practices through application. Students will conduct in class labs on solar and wind energy and install solar panels on the athletic team storage shed. Students will also transform an in-class wind energy lab to a workshop for middle and elementary school students. This workshop will also allow students to educate children about alternative energy, foster an interest in STEM, and promote the program. And athletics wins. The Virginia High School League 2022 Class 4 All-State Girls Basketball team is as follows. Yasmin Brown, Kings Fork High School. Nia Gaston, Kings Fork High School. And Soraya Lee Griffin, also Kings Fork High School. Player of the Year, Yasmin Brown, Kings Fork High School. Coach of the Year, Maurice Fafano, Kings Fork High School. And for Virginia High School League 2022 Class 3 All-State Girls Basketball team, Kamanye Canaday, Lakeland High School, and Jalen Brown, Lakeland High School. Kings Fork High School Symphonic Band was awarded an all-superior rating for the 6th straight assessment event at Great Bridge High School.
Wonderful.
And not only does athletics win, but finance wins. Congratulations to our bookkeepers. All 21 schools received a no-comment school activity fund audit for the 2020-21 school year. Now, if you've ever been an administrator and you've had to work with a bookkeeper, that is the most crucial time of year, is when that auditor comes to your school and audits your books. Every one of these bookkeepers had their materials in place, everything was up to date and on par, and that's what the no comment meaning is for bookkeepers. Those bookkeepers, so congratulations to them on keeping the finances straight in school. Those bookkeepers are Stephanie Wilkins, Booker T. Washington Elementary School, Deborah Topping, Creekside Elementary School, April Edwards, Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, Felicia Stokely, Florence Bowser Elementary School, Tammy Motley, Elephants Fork Elementary School, Debbie Carr, Forest Glen Middle School, Susan Pendleton, Hill Point Elementary School, Michelle Brown, John F. Kennedy Middle School, Angela Lestino, John Yates Middle School, Constance Bank Tynes, Kings Fork High School, Wendy Walton, Kings Fork Middle School, Sheila Morris, Kilby Shores Elementary School, Ethel Johnson, Lakeland High School, Jeanette Alford, Mac Ben Elementary School, Jessica Gonzalez, Nansemond River High School, Debbie Despanik, Northern Shores Elementary School, Kendra Holloway, Oakland Elementary School, and Melissa Tilton, Southwestern Elementary School. All 21 schools are represented. now to look at our March Teacher Spotlight. These following 9 teachers have been spotlighted as great teachers for the month of March, and we want to recognize them. Tanya Reed, Kings Fork Middle School. Megan Eberhardt, Elephants Fork Elementary School. Justin Nemeth, CCAP. Megan Roston, Kings Fork Middle School. Jessica Walker, Kilby Shores Elementary School. Emma Neve, John F. Kennedy Middle School. Christopher Dufresne, Kings Fork Middle School and John Yates Middle School. Terrius Gray, Kings Fork Middle School, and Linda Perry Clark, Booker T. Washington Elementary School and Mac Ben Jr. Elementary School. There are March Teacher Spotlights. And now to recognize our Citywide Teachers of the Year. Congratulations to the Citywide Teachers of the Year for the 2020-21 school year. Citywide Teacher of the Year and High School Teacher of the Year, Jason Bartholomew, is a CTE business teacher at Nansemond River High School. The Citywide Elementary School Teacher of the Year is Meredith Kerr, art teacher at Elephants Fork Elementary School. The Citywide Middle School Teacher of the Year is Tanya Richards, the Science 6 teacher at Forest Glen Middle School. And the Citywide Rookie Teacher of the Year is Gretchen Shera, SPED teacher at Southwestern Elementary School. Congratulations to the Citywide Teachers of the Year. And also, congratulations to all the teachers that were nominated at their school and represented their schools for Teacher of the Year. This concludes our good news report for this evening, and at this time, I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw, for an outstanding job, and congratulations to everyone that was mentioned for that outstanding work. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask for a point of privilege here as I have a special guest here in the House. I have Delegate Clinton Jenkins here with a special presentation to several of our athletic teams. At this point in time, I'm going to call Delegate Jenkins and his Chief of Staff, Darren, to the podium for their presentation. Delegate Jenkins.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening. Dr. Buck, members of Suffolk School Board, Dr. Gordon, thank you for this opportunity to appear before you, before this great body, and I thank you for all of your work and your accomplishment in providing a quality education for our students and helping them to be productive and looking forward to them making a quality contribution to society. Thank you for enduring the challenges you faced during the pandemic, constant adjustments and changes to assure the safe environment for our students and staff. Thank you for your leadership, your staff leadership, our educators and support staff, the bus drivers. Thank you all for all the work that you've done in our school system. We are proud of all of our students. Just a few weeks ago, I personally signed over 4,000 honor roll certificates from Suffolk Public Schools. And I want to thank all of those students for their hard work and maintaining their grades and their academic performance. I thank all those students for their letters, their texts, their emails, and their Facebook posts. Tonight, we want to honor another group of gifted and talented students. And in honoring them, we honor also those who invested in them, their time and energy, and supporting these amazing students. On behalf of the Virginia General Assembly, I submit the following resolutions recognizing and honoring the work of the Kings Fork girls basketball team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 4A championship. And at this time, if Tasha will read that, the ones for the girls.
House Joint Resolution Number 441, offered March 7, 2022, commending the Kings Fork High School girls basketball team. Whereas the Kings Fork High School girls basketball team of Suffolk won the Virginia High School League Class 4 championship on March 10, 2022. And whereas the Kings Fork High School Lady Bulldogs defeated the Millbrook High School Pioneers by a score of 71-67. And whereas after the VHSL state tournament, Kings Fork High School's Yasmin Brown was named the Region 4 Player of the Year and VHSL Class 4 State Player of the Year, and head coach Maurice Fofana was named the Region 4A Coach of the Year and VHSL Class 4 State Coach of the Year. And whereas the Kings Fork High School Lady Bulldogs' victory was a tribute to the skill and hard work of all of the student athletes, the leadership and guidance of coaches and staff, and the passionate support of the entire Kings Fork High School community. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Delegates, the Senate concurring, that the General Assembly hereby commend the Kings Fork High School Lady Bulldogs basketball team on winning the Virginia High School League Class 4 State Championship. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Maurice Fofana, the head coach of the Kings Fork High School Lady Bulldogs basketball team, as an expression of the General Assembly's admiration for the team's achievement.
If you will indulge me, if I can have the board.
Stand up. Yay! You want me to tell them to wait? Delegate Jenkins, if you could pause for just a moment. Parents, if you could pause with us, we also have something for them later on in the meeting, so please don't take them home right now. Thank you. I know, I didn't know if you had.
Suffolk Public Schools system has been doing a remarkable job, and we would also like to recognize our Kings Forks boys basketball team. Tasha. If the boys will come forward.
Yeah, Mr. Bryant, the principal's here.
He's here? Where is he? If he would come on down. The price is right. Come on down.
House Joint Resolution Number 439, offered March 7, 2022, commending the Kings Fork High School boys basketball team.
Whereas the Kings Fork High School boys basketball team of Suffolk won the Virginia High School League Region 4A Championship on February 26, 2022. And whereas after finishing the regular season undefeated, the Kings Fork High School Bulldogs claimed the regional crown over the Jamestown High School Eagles by a score of 65-49. And whereas after the regional tournament, Kings Fork High School's George Beal was named the Region 4A Player of the Year, and head coach Rick Height was named the Region 4A Coach of the Year. And whereas on March 4, 2022, the Kings Fork Bulldogs defeated the team from Henrico High School 84-52 in the quarterfinals of the state tournament, extending their record of 24-0 and continuing their playoff campaign. And whereas the team's success is a tribute to the skill and hard work of all student athletes, the leadership and guidance of coaches and staff, and the passionate support of the entire Kings Fork High School community. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Delegates, the Senate concurring, that the General Assembly hereby commend the Kings Fork High School boys basketball team for winning the Virginia High School League Region 4A Championship in 2022. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the Kings Fork High School boys basketball team as an expression of the General Assembly's admiration for the team's achievement and the best wishes for the future.
Again, let's put our hands together for the Kings Fork boys. Suffolk Public Schools has been very busy this year, and especially academically, and turning out some outstanding athletes. At this time, we also have a resolution commending the Lakeland High School girls basketball team. And if anyone from that organization is present, will they come forward?
House Joint Resolution Number 440, commending the Lakeland High School girls basketball team. Agreed to by the House of Delegates March 8, 2022, agreed to by the Senate March 9, 2022. Whereas the Lakeland High School girls basketball team of Suffolk won the Virginia High School League Region 3A Championship on March 2, 2022. And whereas the Lakeland High School Cavaliers beat the New Kent High School Trojans by a score of 51-41 in the regional final. And whereas after the regional tournament, the Lakeland Cavaliers advanced to the quarterfinal of the state tournament on March 4, 2022, and defeated the team from Brentsville District High School 69-64 to continue their playoff campaign. And whereas the team's success is a tribute to the skill and hard work of the student athletic, the leadership and guidance of the coaches and staff, and the passionate support of the entire Lakeland High School community. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Delegates, the Senate concurring, that the General Assembly hereby commend the Lakeland High School girls basketball team on winning the Virginia High School League Region 3A Championship in 2022. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the Lakeland High School girls basketball team as an expression of the General Assembly's admiration for the team's achievement.
Again, let's put our hands together for Lakeland. Dr. Buck, Dr. Gordon, as you can see up in the Capitol, we are paying attention to what's going on. And I wouldn't be delaying your meeting if you all weren't performing so well.
Take your time.
We have two more presentations. On behalf of the Office of Delegate Clinton Jenkins, I submit the following letter recognizing and honoring the work of Nasman River High School Girls Track and Field Team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 Championship for indoor track and field. And Tasha?
House Resolution Number 609, offered April 4, 2022, commending the Nansemond River High School Girls Track and Field Team. Whereas the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team of Suffolk won the Virginia High School League Class 5 state championship on February 26, 2022 at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. And whereas the Nansemond River High School Warriors outpaced the runner-up, the Glen Allen High School Jaguars, by 13 points to secure the program's 6th indoor state title. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors were carried by an outstanding performance from Julia Person, who became the Virginia High School League Class 5 state champion in both the 500-meter dash and the long jump, which placed her 3rd and 5th in these respective events across the Commonwealth. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors benefited from the strong showing by Sydney Ellis, who became the Virginia High School League Class 5 state champion in the 55-meter hurdles, recording the 3rd best time in the event in the Commonwealth. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors were bolstered by Nia Harrison, who placed 3rd in both the 300-meter and 500-meter dash, and Grace Flynn, who earned 5th place in the high jump. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors 4x200-meter relay team included Trinity Lucas, Julia Person, Ansole Taliaferro, and Peyton Wright, and its 4x400-meter relay team consisting of Sydney Ellis, Nia Harrison, Trinity Lucas, and Ansole Taliaferro. Both placed first to cap off the team's excellent showing on the day. And whereas the success of the Nansemond River Warriors is the result of the hard work, dedication of the student athletes, the leadership and guidance of their coaches and teachers, and the unwavering support of their parents and the entire Nansemond River High School community. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team hereby be commended for winning the 2022 Virginia High School League Class 5 state championship, and be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Justin Byron, coach of the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team, as an expression of the House of Delegates' admiration for the team's achievement.
Thank you. Please come forward. Please come forward. Please come forward. And let me add that their resolution will be coming at reconvene. Later this month, the General Assembly will reconvene, and their official copy on the plaque will be coming during reconvene. Again, thank you all for your hard work. And let me add, your names are recorded on the roll at the General Assembly. For as long as Virginia exists, your names will be on the roll. And Dr. Buck.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Gordon, on behalf of the Office of Delegate Clinton Jenkins, I submit the following letter recognizing and honoring the work of the Nansemond River boys track and field team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 championship for indoor track and field.
House Resolution commending the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team. Whereas the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team of Suffolk won the Virginia High School League Class 5 state championship on February 26, 2022 at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. And whereas the Nansemond River High School Warriors outpaced the runners-up the runner-ups, and the Lloyd C. Byrd High School Skyhawks of Chesterfield and the Glen Allen High School Jaguars by 24 points to secure the program's first indoor state title. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors saw outstanding individual performance from DeAndre Hardy, who became the Virginia High School League Class 5 state champion in both the 55-meter hurdles and triple jump events, and earned 32 points on the day. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors were bolstered by a strong showing from Savion Wingate, who placed third in the long jump and fourth in the 55-meter hurdles, and Charles Wall Davis, who placed second in the 55-meter hurdles and the 300-meter dash, and fourth in the long jump. And whereas in addition to these individual feats, the Nansemond River Warriors 4x400-meter relay team, including Joshua Creek, DeAndre Hardy, Charles Wall Davis, Savion Wingate, placed first at the meet and recorded the second best time in the Commonwealth. And whereas in recognition of their accomplishment, DeAndre Hardy, Charles Wall Davis, and Savion Wingate each received all state honors in 2022. And whereas the success of the Nansemond River Warriors is the result of the hard work and dedication of the student athletes, the leadership and guidance of their coaches and teachers, and the unwavering support of their parents and the entire Nansemond River High School community. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team hereby be commended for winning the 2022 Virginia High School League Class 5 state championship. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Justin Byron, coach of the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team, as an expression of the House of Delegates' admiration for the team's achievement.
Please come forward. Please come forward.
They got a state championship trophy with them.
Okay, 4 on the back.
Dr. Buck, Dr. Gordon, members of Suffolk City School Board, again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of Virginia's General Assembly, we want you to know that we recognize your work. We see it, it is clearly seen. We thank you for your patience and the different challenges that you've endured this year, for standing the test and just being strong. Again, all of these persons, all of these teams, these athletes, their names are recorded in the history of Virginia. Thank you again.
Delegate Jenkins. We want to say something as well, and I'm sure I'm going to allow, of course, all of the board members to say something special to you. I want to first say thank you for being such a special friend to the school board, not just because we work in partnership. We've got a partner down there who's a partner with you, but just because you care about the people who live in this community, from bringing shots to this community for people so that they could get COVID vaccinations. Sometimes people's memories get foggy, but I remember that. For bringing so many things to this community, for working with me and others, trying to get a better E-rate for this community so that we could be better connected, for many of the things that you've done for this community, and then for 4,000 letters to say thank you for our honor students, because nobody's forgotten, and to say thank you to these wonderful students who have performed so well under the worst possible conditions for public education. I am so very proud of what they've done, but I just want to thank you personally for what you've done, just some of those things that you've done. Thank you for putting their names in history, because that makes a difference. People can change a story, but they cannot change history no matter how they try. So we are so proud of what has happened, what you've done. Thank you, Board Member Jenkins, for what you've done to facilitate this, as well as Delegate Jenkins for what you've done. I'm going to ask any board member who would like to make comments now, if you would like to make comments. And Board Member Jenkins, would you like to make comments?
Thank you so much. It is an honor to be a partner with someone who cares about people. It doesn't matter the age, color, your address, your bank account. I've seen the work that Delegate Jenkins has done in his 2 terms, and I am so proud that it wasn't me that asked him to do this. He did this on his own, and it was a clip. I don't know where the clip went for when he was at the General Assembly, but it was a clip, and I just want to thank you personally in front of everyone for being who you are, and congratulations to all of the athletes. My heart is full. You all you've ran and all that, whatever you did in your athletic field, you did it well. That's why you're here, and we just want to thank you, and we want you to keep on doing what you're doing. Don't let it stop here at the high school level. When you go to college or wherever, and some events that we may have coming up soon, we hope to see you there and show your talents, and make sure you mentor other people, because that's what we do. We mentor other people to carry the torch once we're gone. Don't ever leave it just stagnant. Always remember who got you here, because none of us did it on our own. And congratulations. Go everyone.
Other board members? Okay. Vice Chair Byram.
I'd like to congratulate all of the high schools. Everybody has done a great job. It takes a lot of people. Oh, excuse me. Congratulations to all of the high schools, Lakeland, Nansemond River, which is special in my heart. I spent a lot of my lifetime there. And to Kings Fork High School, all of the outstanding athletes. We've invested a lot over the years in many programs, but our athletic programs have paid us back a millionfold. It has made outstanding athletes, also outstanding citizens in our community. A lot of those people have gone on to do great things. You may not know about some of them, but they have become very influential, and they started out on some of our athletic teams, just like you. They've gone out in the world and made a lot of contributions. I want to stop for one moment and be very proud of one person that I had a part in educating, and that is the coach at Kings Fork High School, Maurice Fafana. Mr. Fafana, Maurice, was my student at Nansemond River High School. I mentored him for many years. I think you remember that, Maurice. He was an outstanding athlete. He was a great basketball player, which he reminded me of quite often. And he has accomplished much in his life, and it makes me proud to sit here tonight, this evening, and see his team become state champions, because he's worked very hard for that for many years. And I salute you, Maurice, for all of your endeavors. Love you.
Board Member Riddick.
What can I say? What can I say? First and foremost, to all of our athletes, I just want to say you all are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of you. As you all know, I don't know if you're following my Facebook stuff, I'm extremely proud of all of our Suffolk teams. And a big shout out goes to the immaculate, the prestigious, the one and only Kings Fork High School. You know, I'm an alumni of Kings Fork High School. Please don't feel any sideways. But it brings me great joy to see you all continue the rich tradition that was established many years ago. And I want to take a moment and pause and honor Coach Fofana. I have watched Coach Fofana since I was about 10 or 11 years old when I was working with Parks and Rec and other different capacities. And I just want to say thank you, because truly you have not changed. You have always been about Suffolk. You have always been about pushing our children forward. And to see how these young ladies and their parents gravitate towards you, it speaks volume to the fact that you love them first and encourage them to excel in every capacity and every corner of their life. And I want to say thank you, because let me not get emotional. Being in this room tonight is very sentimental to me, because there was a giant who once roamed these halls by the name of Mr. Talmadge Darden. And yeah, let's give him his praise. Come on. There was one quote he said to me, and I'm going to repeat it to you now. 100 years from now, it will not matter what type of car we drove, what type of house we lived in, how much money we made. That stuff will be done away with. The only thing that will matter is that we made a difference in the life of a child, because that is truly how our legacy continue and keep moving forward. And I want to say thank you, because you are a seed planter. You have planted so many seeds of success in our students, and if there's anything I can do to assist you in your efforts, I'm just one call away. Let's give it up for Coach Fofana and all of our coaches. All right. In closing, let me get off my soapbox, y'all. I want y'all to say I'm long-winded. Delegate Jenkins, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being a friend. You have been a friend not only to me personally, but to this division. Anytime we was in need of anything, sometimes we didn't even have to come and ask. There were times when we were at graduation and I saw how you was supposed to be enjoying the moment, but you were serving. There were times where we were doing COVID vaccinations and in the height of the virus, the pandemic, and once again, you were out there serving. And the proof is in the pudding. Your works are speaking volumes for you, because the success is here. Because of your platform, you have really helped expose Suffolk Public Schools in a grander stage. And that's what it's about, everyone. When you are elected to these positions, lift as you climb. And Delegate Jenkins, I want to take this time to publicly say thank you for lifting as you climb. Thank you for continuing to serve us. Thank you for not forgetting about us. Thank you for delivering on all of your promises that you ran for. I appreciate you. If there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know. Let's give our delegate a hand. Come on, y'all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there other board members?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, board member Story.
Congratulations, athletes. I too tend to favor Kings Fork High School, but congratulations to all of you. I think as you look back, of course, you're going to remember championships and races you won, but athletics does offer a lot of other really good things in terms of developing leaders, working as a team, working for your coach. Coach Fofana came to Kings Fork High School. I think you might have started out as a hall monitor type person, and he was so nice to me. He always treated me kindly in the halls, and he lifted me up, and he helped me find things if I needed it, and helped with students. And he was just someone who really was just very kind all the ways to me. So congratulations, Coach Fofana.
Board Member Howell.
Okay, since congratulations to all of you, and since we've had a couple of Bulldog shout-outs, I have to fly my Warrior flag. I'm incredibly impressed with all of you. You've all done something I never managed to do, and that was find any success whatsoever in any athletic endeavor. Kudos to all of you. Keep working at it, and like Ms. Jenkins said, find someone to mentor and help them find their way as well.
Thank you. Board Member Mayo.
Yes, congratulations to all of our student athletes. Your work is phenomenal, and you certainly have represented Suffolk Public Schools in a mighty way. We thank the coaches for working with our students, and we just honor you in such a grand way. I'm very proud of all our athletes from all of our schools, Kings Fork, Nesman River, and Lakeland. And to Delegate Jenkins, thank you for being you and for all that you do to uplift our school division and to uplift our city. And yes, your work has not gone unnoticed. I think about my sister who needed a COVID shot because of her health condition, and you made it possible. And we don't forget those kinds of things. So keep up the great work, continue to uplift, and keep Suffolk strong. Keep us in the forefront. And to our history-making athletes, your names will always be on the Commonwealth of Virginia roll for eternity. Take care. Thank you.
Dr. Buck, Dr. Gordon, members of the school board, again, thank you for the opportunity to serve, and thank you so much for putting up with me.
Well, thank you for putting up with us, and thank you for helping us. And we'll let you sit down for a moment and get off your legs, because I know you're tired and you've been standing and working. To my athletes from Lakeland, from Nansemond, and from Kings Fork, and I just want to say this: I've been on the board long enough so that I could see outstanding performances from all of you. I'm proud of you for what you're doing. I'm proud of you for your academic work. I'm proud of you because you couldn't stay on the teams if you didn't keep your grades up. And I'm proud of you for that. I look to see where you're going to college, because those of you who are doing an outstanding job, it can pay for your education. Don't forget that. I want you to remember that you can pay for your education that way, and for the parents who are here, keep that in mind. I am a football mama and a basketball aunt. My nephew's 6'5". I know how well this can work if you work it. So make sure you take advantage of it. I was here early enough to see, I believe the girls' track team was at Nansemond River that went to China a few years back. So I've been on the board long enough to see some wonderful things happen with the students from this area. And I know the coaches and the other teachers who work with you to get you where you are. I am just so proud of you, and I look forward to seeing what you're going to do with the rest of this. You have a whole lot of life left in you, so enjoy your high school years, enjoy your sports, do your best, and work it like you know how to work it, okay? Be blessed, all of you. We have a calendar of special events at this point in time, and Dr. Gordon's going to go over that for us.
Thank you, Dr. Buck, and thank you, Delegate Jenkins and staff, and to all of our athletes. This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you invest in students. New gym floors, uniforms. And Delegate Jenkins, I got to warn you, Coach Fafana's team has a great chance of coming back and doing it again next year. And that outdoor track team, both of them, they're going to win this outdoor track championship too. Just got to let you know. Just got to let you know. So for all of our student athletes, as Dr. Buck mentioned earlier, please stay tuned because the school board also has some special recognition for you. As our calendar of special events, this is the month of the military child for April. This is also National School Library Month, National Library Week, April 3rd through the 9th, National AP Week, that we celebrated April 4th through the 8th. Media Specialist Appreciation Day actually was yesterday, April 6th. Next week, spring break. Yes. Purple Up for military kids is April 20th. Earth Day is April 18th. Report cards when y'all come back. on April 21st. They cheering too, I love it. National Administrative Professionals Week, April 24th to the 30th. National Administrative Professional Day specifically is April 27th. Our next half day also be April 27th. May is Asian American History Month. It is also National Physical Fitness and Sports Month. Teacher Appreciation Week is May 2nd through the 6th. National Teacher Appreciation Day specifically is May 3rd. School Lunch Hero Day is May 6th. Our next school board meeting will also be May 12th. We will also have our early dismissal for students on May 11th, which is also National School Nurse Day. Thank you, Dr. Buck. That concludes the calendar of special events.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to do one extra thing before we approve our consent agenda. You have some introductions to.
Yes, as a part of consent agenda, we actually have aspects of the personnel report, and I have 2 hires I would like to announce to the school board as well as to the school community. First, our coordinator of employee relations, Ms. Melody Griffin. She can come on down to the podium. Ms. Griffin is currently the principal of Florence Bowser Elementary School. She has a Bachelor of Science degree from ODU, a Master of Arts from Norfolk State University in Urban Education. She has been at Florence Bowser, Driver, McBen. She's been a lot of places and also Norfolk Public Schools. She's going to be transitioning to her new role as a part of the Human Resources Department, and I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Griffin to say hello to the board and to announce any family members that you may have here in attendance.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, and all school board members. Allow me to begin by introducing my family. I have my wonderfully supportive husband, Philip Griffin. We've been married 28 years. And since we're on the basketball theme, I also have my wonderful daughter, Delicia Griffin, who just recently returned from playing her first season of professional basketball in Romania. Delicia Griffin. Although she did not graduate from Suffolk Public Schools, I would like to add that she did attend Suffolk Public Schools because she attended Driver Elementary School while I was assistant principal there. I would just like to take this opportunity to say thank you. I've had the privilege of serving Suffolk as an administrator for 18 years. Most of those were at Driver Elementary and Florence Bowser. It has been an absolute privilege to work with the finest staff, the most outstanding students, and a supportive community. And although I will miss them dearly, I am especially grateful for this opportunity, and I look forward to my next journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. And when we made the announcement to her staff yesterday, they actually gave her a standing ovation, and then they gave Ms. Pichon and I a lot of dirty looks for taking their principal.
And I was going to give you one too when I heard about it, but I'm trying to be cool, okay?
Appreciate that.
You have done an outstanding job for us. And I have to say that because I know what you've done, and I know how well you've done it. And believe me, you'll be a hard act to follow.
Definitely, definitely. Next, we have Mr. Kevin Privett, our new Director of Transportation. Mr. Privett has a Bachelor of Arts degree from St. Augustine College. He is formerly the coordinator of student transportation from Portsmouth Public Schools. When I called Dr. Bracey to let him know that Mr. Privett was going to join us, he paused and then told me that we were getting one of the best in the business. Mr. Privett has already started at transportation, is already making an immediate impact. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Privett, to greet yourself to the board as well as to introduce any family members that are here in attendance.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, and board members. Once again, I'm Kevin Privett. I'm excited to be here. My wife is here with me tonight, Teresa. I just want to say thank you. I'm humbled that you will give me this opportunity to serve this great city. I'm looking forward to keeping the students safe at all time on our buses. And once again, I want to say thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as given.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Are there any questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving right along, we are into new business at this point in time. And we are going to talk about the creation, we talked about this at the budget, at our finance presentation, at our finance meeting, and we talked about this at the budget presentation. And this is the creation of 2 escrow accounts. We were given the details as to why we needed to do this, and this is the recommendation of the auditors.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the creation of 2 escrow accounts for fleet and textbooks.
Is there a second?
Second.
Other questions? Yes.
I have a question. Is this money that has already been spent on a fleet? Has already been spent?
No. I saw her shaking her head, that's why I told you no.
No, ma'am, it is not. It is money that we intend to spend, but because of supply chain issues, we'll not actually see the vehicles or fleet, buses otherwise, for almost 24 months.
Okay, so how does that get around the law that says all the money has to go back to the city? How can we hold it in escrow if we haven't spent it?
Right. We would, with the permission of the city, create these 2 accounts. With the permission of the board, put money in those accounts to be held until we actually receive the goods. And then, once we receive the goods, we would pay for them with a properly authorized purchase order.
So the first thing you said is the first thing to get is the permission of the city. Have you gotten that yet?
No, we wanted the board to agree to let us create the accounts, and then we have to get permission from the city that we can create them.
The city would have to approve the budget. And the city does this.
So it just, to me.
The city does this already, is that correct?
Yes, the city does this already with
Right,
several
but the
accounts.
city doesn't have to turn money back.
Correct.
Like we do. So I guess what comes first, the chicken or the egg? It seems if this is creating these escrow accounts, even if we say yes, if they don't approve, and if it's not, quote, legal, I don't know. I've just never heard of such a thing, but I just wanted to ask you. Thank you.
It's absolutely legal, and the board needs to tell me it's okay to ask the city. This is what I'm here for tonight. Is it okay for us to create these by asking the city, getting permission, and then creating the accounts?
Okay, so I think that would be great if maybe the motion stated that. I don't know if Ms. Byram would withdraw her motion, but it would seem that that's different than the motion that was made, and that we should be making a motion to ask the city to create the accounts.
No, we're not asking the city to create the accounts.
I thought she just said that.
No, that's not what she said. She asked the city to approve us creating the accounts. The city recommended this, the city does this, and this is encumbrances. What you do when you can't get a product is encumber the funds. Once you encumber the funds that have been given you, once you encumber the funds when the product is built, comes in or whatever, then you use the money to pay for it. She's asking for our approval so that when we present our budget, they will know that we are creating these accounts to encumber funds for those things we need to purchase that have not been built or because they're stopped in the supply chain. We can't get them immediately. We can't wait until the money comes to order them because then they'll be 2 years off or whatever time it takes to get them there. So we ask, as the motion says, for the creation of 2 escrow accounts. And this is with the auditor's recommendation, and the city does the same thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes.
I just want to
Member
clarify,
Howell.
is this for something that we've already ordered and had been worked into the budget for this year, but it's not coming anytime soon? So we want to earmark that money so that we don't have to give it back? Or is it for next year's budget?
We would like to, and we will bring to the board as part of our resolution next month, we will tell you, we would like to purchase these items. but we
Gotcha.
have already been told by suppliers that we can't get them for up to 24 months.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify, was this something that we've been waiting on and we haven't been invoiced for it yet, or is this something we're looking toward?
No, something we'd like to order, but have been told that the supply chains are so long that it crosses fiscal years.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
point of privilege, I want to make sure my understanding is correct, and I want to ensure that people are leaving with the correct narrative. If we are not allowed to do this, and we have to revert that money back to the city, and then when the vehicles are available, we don't know if we will be in the financial position to buy the vehicles and textbooks at that time. Am I correct?
Correct. We have needs right now that we would like to fulfill with current year appropriation.
Right.
We cannot do that only because of the supply chain issues.
Right.
We would like to use our current year appropriation to purchase the items we need now, but we cannot get them in the fiscal year that we will need to get them in order to fulfill the orders. Therefore, instead of playing, and sorry for the athletic reference, but instead of playing volleyball with the city, where we give the money and then go get the money and then give the money back, we would like to create these reserve accounts, and they have a maximum. If you look on the letter that's here, they have a maximum. They will not be having money added to them without the board's approval, and they would only be spent by a purchase order that's properly authorized.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the narrative was clear, because it's not that we are trying to hide money or do anything crazy. This is what our auditors, who are hired by the city, is saying. So it makes sense that instead of us losing the money and then have to come back and ask the city for additional money, right now we're blessed with a surplus. So we don't know what tomorrow, for the lack of better terms, may bring. So I just want to make sure we had that clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other board members, do you have questions? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, we have the local plan and budget for career and technical education. I would assume we'll have a presentation. Do you want to move up?
Madam Chair, the memo that is attached to this, the background from Mr. Skinner, our CTE coordinator, with 100% match for the Perkins Grant, $68,000 for professional development, $27,000 for student career and leadership activities, $150,833 for expansion and modernization of our quality CTE programs, $13,000 for the Virginia Credentialing Initiative, and 4% for administration and administrative equipment for 100%. This is part of the local plan that has to be submitted to the board every year as a part of the Perkins Grant.
Right. Board members, could we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the local plan and budget for career and technical education for 2022-23.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the plan for our CTE program. Are there questions? All right, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
We have proposed.
Permission to speak. I would like to move that we move up items 6 through, I want to say 9, so we can go ahead and deal with our students first. 6 through 8, I apologize, items 6 through 8, so that way we can go ahead and do what we have to do for our students so we could release them instead of holding them until we get through all of this other stuff.
Not a problem. Okay, we have folks that need to go home because you probably have homework. All right. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's move to item 6, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, honoring Kings Fork High School girls basketball team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 4A Championship. Madam Clerk.
Resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, honoring the Kings Fork High School girls basketball team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 4A Championship. Whereas Kings Fork High School opened in 2003, and whereas Kings Fork High School girls basketball team had never won a state title in basketball in its 19-year history, and whereas on March 10, 2022, Kings Fork High School girls basketball team, Kings Fork, played Millbrook High School girls basketball team, Millbrook, for the Class 4A girls basketball championship at the Siegel Center in Richmond, Virginia. And whereas Kings Fork led by as many as 12 points before Millbrook trimmed the lead to just 2 points in the fourth quarter. And whereas Kings Fork was able to preserve and went on to win by a score of 71-67 for its first state title in girls basketball in the history of Kings Fork High School. And whereas Kings Fork is also the Kings Fork is also the first public high school girls basketball team in Suffolk to win a state title. And whereas the coach for Kings Fork, Maurice Fofana, stated, I'm so happy to win my first one, for my kids to win their first one. I'm just so happy. And whereas Kings Fork epitomizes what can be accomplished with hard work and determination. And whereas Kings Fork has made all of us proud to be a Kings Fork Bulldog. Be it therefore resolved that the Suffolk City School Board honors the Kings Fork High School girls basketball team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 4A Championship, adopted this 7th day of April 2022.
Move to approve.
We have 4. We need a motion.
So move.
We need a second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. I doubt if we have any questions or concerns. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks-Buck?
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passed.
Congratulations. That is from your school board. It will be framed and given to your coach and put in your school so that you can know that you have created a historical moment for your school. We are so proud of you, ladies. Congratulations. Number 7, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, honoring the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 Championship for indoor track and field.
Whereas from 2015 to 2019, the talented and determined athletes from Nansemond River High School girls track and field team won 5 consecutive indoor state titles. And whereas on February 26, 2022, the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team once again proved their dominance in state indoor track by winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 state indoor track title. And whereas this was the 6th title for the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team. And whereas at the 2-day tournament held at the Virginia Beach Sports Center, the Mighty Warriors of Nansemond River High School defeated Glen Allen High School by 13 points. And whereas each of the Nansemond River High School Warriors contributed to the victory, including Julia Person, who finished first in the long jump. Sydney Ellis finished first in the hurdles. Sydney Ellis, Anseli Taliaferro, Trinity Lucas, Nia Harrison finished first in the 4x400 relay, and Anseli Taliaferro, Julia Person, Peyton Wright, and Trinity Lucas finished first in the 4x200 relay. And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors finished the state championship with an impressive 76 points. And whereas throughout the 2022 season, members of the Nansemond River High School girls track and field team were enthusiastically supported by their families, fellow students, and entire school community. And whereas the girls track and field team of Nansemond River High School has consistently and overwhelmingly made all of us proud to be Warriors. Be it therefore resolved that the Suffolk City School Board honors Nansemond River High School girls track and field team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 Championship for indoor track and field, adopted this 7th day of April, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt this resolution.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick? Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
And we have, last but definitely not least, Resolution 21/22-19, a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, honoring the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 Championship for indoor track and field.
Whereas on February 26, 2022, the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team came in first place at the Virginia High School League Class 5 Championship for indoor track and field, held at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. And whereas at a 2-day tournament, the Mighty Warriors of Nansemond River High School finished 74 points to beat second place Glen Allen by 24 points. And whereas each of the Nansemond River High School Warriors contributed to the victory, including DeAndre Hardy, who finished first in the triple jump and 55 hurdles, with DeAndre Hardy's time and in the 55 hurdles being the best time in Virginia this season, and Isaiah Stalling Mullins, Joshua Creek, and LaTavern Brandon, who finished first in the 4x400 relay. And whereas Charles Wall Davis, who was runner-up in the 55 hurdles and 300 and placed fourth in the long jump, said, "We came out here and we did what we wanted to do and got what we wanted." And whereas the Nansemond River Warriors finished the state championship with an impressive 74 points. And whereas throughout the 2022 season, members of the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team were enthusiastically supported by their families, fellow students, and the entire school community. And whereas the boys track and field team of Nansemond River High School has made all of us proud to be Warriors. Be it therefore resolved that the Suffolk City School Board honors the Nansemond River High School boys track and field team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 5 Championship for indoor track and field, adopted this 7th day of April, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt this resolution. Board members, please vote.
Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Athletes, we are so proud of you. Yeah, King's Fork principal was a basketball player, wasn't he? He was a professional basketball player, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. You're talking about Derek. He went overseas and
That's
played.
what I thought.
He went to Dartmouth.
It's board. It's missing the D.
And then Buddy. See.
I'm looking in the crowd. They're telling me to look
Tell
in
you
the
what,
crowd.
we're gonna
I'm looking.
allow them to move forward, and then we'll go to item number 3. Item number 3 is proposed middle school courses for 2022, 20 to 2023.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have new middle school course summary proposals that you see on page 2 of your handout, Contemporary Literature, U.S. World Studies, and Math and Computer Programming. Dr. Maria Lawson Davenport, our Director in Curriculum Instruction, is here in case there are any questions about these courses, but we're recommending this for approval as we continue to try to expand our middle school offerings.
Okay. Board members, you've seen this because you've had your packet for over a week. Do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
So one of the books is called Walk Two Moons. That is part of the curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just reading here from a review. It says, the book is filled with death and sadness. The 13-year-old characters talk about vivid theories that people have been chopped up. The main character, a 13-year-old, draws images of people who annoy her with a noose hanging from a tree. The book is intensely depressing. I don't think that's a book that I would want our 8th graders reading. I think we have enough problems with depression, potential suicide. This is not a book that our 8th graders, and it doesn't recommend for anyone under a certain age.
So I guess my question is, are we looking at the courses, or are we we're looking at the course, right?
Well, the
And
course
you're
has
saying
the
for
books
course
that,
description, right. the
but it
course
also, you
description, and
included,
there's a story.
right, you
There's
included
a
the books
story.
that are be read.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I have a problem with that book.
I was just trying to figure out if we're looking at approving the course or if we are concerned about a book that's used in the course, because we could always, if a parent had an objection to a book, we can do normally what we do in schools. If a parent has an objection to a book, the child can read an alternative book for credit. We never force a child to read a book that the parent disapproves of.
Madam Chair, I believe the school board should have a problem with this book, and it shouldn't be put in front of any of our students who are already suffering from depression.
We're not here to ask questions back and forth about the books that are in the list. This is the course approval, okay? Because I'm sure there's something that we could object to with any of the books that are on the list. My question is, if there is a book on any of the list that a parent objects to, Dr. Gordon, do we not give parents the opportunity to opt out? That's what I thought.
Madam
So
Chair.
parents parents have the opportunity to opt out of anything that they feel is inappropriate for their children. I can't believe that that is all, but Dr. Lawson Davenport, do you have something that you would like to add, since you are the parent of a child who's around that age?
Yes, I want to add that the list of books that are there are not necessarily the books that all will be taught. This course is an exploration of contemporary literature, so you see the suggested reading list. One of the things that the course will also include are literature circles, which means students have choice of books, so they may not have to read that book. Once we design and you all approve the course, we can go through and design the course and set it up with literature circles and that type of thing, which allows for student choice. All of the books that are in there will be given to the parents in a list at the beginning of the year, so they are aware of what's in there. If they have any questions about them, just like we do to Dr. Gordon's point, where parents can always ask for an optional book. The book that you are referring to is an award-winning book that has a Native American primary character, which is part of the list you see is the diverse characters, making sure that we're representing all of our students. And so that's one of the books that's listed. So as far as how all of the books are going to be taught, that is the piece that we work out when we set up our framework for the course.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is news to me. However, it's concerning to me. Is this the only book by a Native American that can be used for this course? And the reason why I'm asking that, I understand people have the option to opt out. However, if we know something could be detrimental, why even include it as an option? Now, I understand we're talking about the courses, but the books go along with it as it's like it's part of the, for the lack of better terms, curriculum. It's the tag along. You can teach the course, and this is what we recommend with it. So me personally, I can't separate the two. So my question would be, is there another book that we could substitute this one with? Because considering that we do have a social and emotional learning situation going on in our city as well as in our country, I wouldn't recommend it either. And I have about 7 relatives and children that are blood kin to me in this age bracket that will be exposed to it, not including my mentees. So it's concerning to me because kids are very impressionable, and going through all of the things that we talked about, we just as a board talked about, the impact of COVID and social and emotional learning. So I don't think it would be wise to include this book on the list. I think the team would have to go back and find a book by a Native American that would be conducive versus this one, if what is being alleged is accurate.
And I would add that, similar to what I mentioned earlier, that the books that are listed up here are suggested books. So once you all approve the course, then the team goes through and vets books. So if at that stage you want us to remove this book, you can make that recommendation as a school board. That is your determination if you want to make that recommendation.
The other thing is, right now, the question on the floor is the course, not the list of books that might be used in the course. But the question is the course. Are we approving or disapproving the course offerings? Would you give the list of, just a minute, we need to give the list of the courses and talk about the courses. If you have questions, then you can talk about the other.
My question is subjective to what you're asking. Because if it's about the course, then the book shouldn't be listed. It should be just the course. And I understand what you're saying, and I agree in part with what you're saying. However, me personally, and it's not a part of no clique or nothing like that, this is me stating my feelings based off of the people I'm elected to represent. If we're here to talk about courses, then we shouldn't have had suggested books if we're not considering, or if we didn't want that to be considered in the voting aspect. But when you package it together and now it's opposition, you can't separate the two because it's opposition for it. So if we could make the motion to approve the course and withdraw the suggested books thing, because if it's a suggested matter.
If you notice on the proposal, it does state that the list provided represents the text that can be taught in the course. Additional text may be added by instructional personnel.
So the text, in other words, do not have to be used. If I am teaching the course, for instance, I may pick 3 other books. If Mrs. Mayo is teaching the course, she may pick whatever. And since none of us has read the book, not a person up here, somebody read the description of the book, but nobody's read the book. I don't even know what's in the book, really, what is actually in the book. But I don't think we're at a point where we're going and attacking books and taking them off of a book list. That's what I have, I think, more of an issue with than anything else. Because since we don't know what's actually in the book, because we haven't read the book or how the subjects are approached, if we did that for every course, I think they gave you a sample with regard to what the course would look like, a framework for the course, but you can use any. And that would mean that we go through each course and take any books off the course that somebody saw a description for. I'd have a problem with that if we did that this evening. I think what we need to do is look at the courses, and then if there is a book that a parent objects to, then we can say, this is a book the parents objects to, because this is a book, the parents would get a description of the book and they'd know. But we cannot go through each course and then decide what books can or cannot be used this evening. That is not what the motion is for. the questions have to be pertinent to the motion, and the motion is to the courses.
Okay, my question is to the motion, Madam Chair. Regarding this motion is to approve the course.
Correct.
So would there be a second presentation to the board regarding the books that would be associated with the course? Will the books come back at a later date for approval from the board?
If that's what you all choose, yes.
So as of right now, it's nothing to saying that it has to come back. So, Madam Chair, there's a motion on the floor. I would like to amend the motion, if that's possible, at this time, to include the language that we move to approve the course, but we require the books that are relative to the course come back to the board for board approval.
I second that amended motion.
The person who made the original motion
Has to
would have
amend
to
it.
agree to the amendment.
Okay. Who made the motion?
Mrs. Byram made the motion, I
Yes,
believe.
I agree to it.
Okay.
According to the clerks, there
There's
was
the second. There was a, Ms. Byram,
I don't think there was a motion, actually.
oh, you started
made it
before we,
yet.
okay, you started before we even got a chance to go through it. So,
Madam Chair.
are you making a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the suggested courses under the conditions that the books that are related to the suggested courses will come back before the board for board approval at a later date.
Yeah, are we starting this practice? That's my thing. Are we going through the teacher's book
First of all,
list?
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you for seconding the motion. Now, I have a question. Are we planning on going through the book list that teachers have for courses and deciding who gets to read what?
Madam Chair, I call for the question.
Right now,
According to Robert Rules of Order, if
Thank
there's any objection for calling for the question, the vote goes to the board, and if the board votes to end the discussion, the motion on the floor goes to a vote, and it's either up or down. If the vote to end the discussion is approved, then we vote on the motion at hand.
thank you for your lesson on Robert's Rules, but I have them printed here, and I can indeed ask a question to a motion, and I just did.
And if
I
the
can-
question is
I can have a
called, it
question or a
ends the
comment.
discussion, and it goes to a vote if there's any opposition. I'm asking that we follow the policy.
That's
Madam
not a
Chair.
policy, it's an order, but it's fine. Do you have a question or concern?
I just have a question for my own clarification. Who would be the person typically that vets these books before these lists are sent out to the parents? And do these folks actually read them over the summer, or do they read book reviews?
I believe that they read the books. As a teacher, I would always read my books, but I would ask.
Yes, we have a team of individuals that read. Often it's teachers and media specialists in addition to the instructional team at school administration office.
Okay, that's all.
All right. Now, are we ready for the question?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins? Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
No.
Motion passed.
Next item, the Special Education Annual Plan.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to call to the podium our Director of Special Education, Ms. Stephanie Whitley. She's going to review an overview of the Special Education Annual Plan for the 22-23 school year. This is an annual review that we do each year as Ms. Whitley provides highlights as well as feedback from the department, as well as the Department of Education. Ms. Whitley?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm trying to learn to be left-handed, so bear with me as I, oh, thank you, John. Appreciate that. Okay, go ahead. So each year, localities are required to complete an application process to access funds for special education under Title 6B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004. And these funds can only be used for the provision of special education and related services for students with disabilities. There's a formula that considers factors including historical funding, total student population, and poverty levels to determine the allocation. The application must be reviewed by SEAC, and we did do that at our March 16th meeting, and then approved by the school board prior to being submitted by the due date of May 15th of this year. The application includes a statement of assurances to ensure that a free, appropriate public education is available to all students with disabilities, and that an individual education program or plan will be maintained for each student. And within that plan, we assure that students with disabilities will be educated in their least restrictive environment. Additionally, the division will maintain policies and procedures that prevent inappropriate over or under identification or disproportionate representation by race and ethnicity of children with disabilities. Additional components of the plan or the application include the requirement for an interagency agreement with the regional jail that addresses staffing and security issues that are related to the provision of services for students that are incarcerated, a maintenance of effort, and set aside funds for permanently placed students in private schools. Currently, Suffolk Public Schools has one teacher that provides services to students with disabilities at the Western Tidewater Regional Jail, but that position is actually funded by a separate grant. And the set-aside funds in this application are used for the provision of speech-language therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy services for students who are permanently placed in a private school and who qualify for individual service plans in those areas. Okay, students receive special ed services under 13 categories of eligibility. And the chart illustrates the number of students being served in Suffolk Public Schools. I'm going to keep going, as the primary disability area for each of the 13 categories. Can we get it back on? There we go. You can see that most of our students are served under the categories of specific learning disability, other health impaired, and autism. And while it would appear that there are no students being served under the category of visual impairment, we actually do have students who receive those services, those vision services, as either a secondary or a tertiary disability or under the multiple disabilities category. The primary disability category data was pulled directly from our December 1 report. So with that being said, John, if you'll click again. The total number of students with disabilities receiving special ed services in Suffolk Public Schools that was reported on the December 1, 2021 child count was 1,803. Last year, our number in 2020 was 1,778, so we have increased by 25 students from last year. And just to put it in perspective for pre-COVID, in 2019, our count was 1,896, so we haven't quite recouped our pre-pandemic numbers, but we're moving up. Okay. Finally, there are two subgrants under Part B of the IDEA, and the December 1 child count is considered in the funding formula for each one of those. Our application for funding through Section 611 of the grant, and that's for our school-age students, is allocated to pay salary and benefits for some of our special ed teachers and our paraprofessionals, and it's used to pay the salary and benefits for our job coaches and our bus assistants for special transportation. This year's application allocation is $3,134,963. Section 619 is provided to support our littles, so that's our early childhood age students, ages 3 to 5, and it's allocated to pay the salary and benefits for an early childhood special education teacher. This year's application allocation is $62,063. Do you guys have any questions for me?
No, I don't. Are there any questions, board members?
I just have one. Does this include students that we send to CSEP?
No, this is the... it's just salaries.
In-house.
Yeah, it's just to pay salaries for our staff.
I mean the numbers total. You know, that sheet that had 1,803?
Yes, CSEP is an extension of our service delivery option.
Okay,
so yes.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Board members, are you ready to vote? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the special education annual plan for 2022-23.
Second.
Madam, are there questions? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We are down to number 9. Number 9 is a resolution. I'm sorry, summer school, sorry about that. Number 5, when you mix the numbers up, it messes me up. Number 5, the summer school program for 2022.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Branch, our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Catherine P. Shawn, our Director of Elementary Leadership, and Dr. Ron Lee, our Director of Secondary Leadership, to provide an overview for our SPS Summer Series for 2022, which will be very similar to the SPS Summer Series that we had for 2021. Dr. Branch?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. We are excited to share the proposal for our Summer Series 2022. Tonight we'll look at the program logistics and staffing, give you a breakdown of our program and the planning for the programs, as well as talk about our SPS Explorer, which is an added component from last year that was not included in our initial presentation, but we'll go into a little more detail about that tonight. Our summer series program will be in a traditional model, Monday through Thursday. Fridays, we do not attend summer school. And I want to point out that it's a traditional model, and last year we actually were in a hybrid model, but we were in a different time also in our pandemic. And so this year, our students will attend Monday through Thursday, July 5th through August the 4th. It will be in-person instruction in our buildings, with limited virtual options only at the secondary level for specific courses. Our high school SPS Summer Academy, which is for those who need to be remediated and retake SOLs that were not passed in the spring, that will be July 11th through the 28th. Our elementary as well as our ESY for elementary will be held at Hill Point Elementary School. Middle school middle school summer series will be held at John Yates. And high school, as well as our middle and high school for ESY will be held at Nansemond River High School. Times vary by level and program. We did include a staggered or tiered approach in our levels so that we can provide adequate transportation, because we are providing transportation for all of our students, K through 12, and breakfast and lunch will be provided. We have a multitude of positions that will serve in the summer series programs, from teachers and teacher assistants, administrative assistants, nurses, deans, graduation coaches, most of all of our positions to include safety monitors, bus drivers, bus aides, of course, administrative coordinators, and school counselors. Some of these positions have been added from last year as we saw greater needs to have them in the building. For example, school counselors that are 10-month employees can actually serve in this capacity over the summer. Ms. P. Shawn will provide an overview of the elementary programming.
So like Dr. Branch said, Elementary Summer Academy will be 100% in person, and we will focus on hands-on English and math, intensive support for the students, and it will also include daily thematic enrichment lessons. I'll turn it over to Dr. Lee to cover secondary.
Good evening. I'm not going to belabor it, but we will focus on English, math, science, obviously, and social studies. We will be in person. Virtual instruction at the middle school will be for science and social studies. Promotion possibilities will exist for those students who do successfully complete the classes. And we will also have our summer bridge enrichment integrated into our daily instruction. We've extended the block so that our teachers will be providing that enrichment this year in the middle school. For our high schools, you see a course offering. One thing we will change is that we will not offer chemistry. We will probably not have the numbers to justify having that course. Spanish, it says, is being considered. We will have Spanish. Spanish 1, thank you. We will have Spanish 1. Virtual options for new courses will be English 12, government and economics, and personal finance. So again, we will offer Spanish 1, and we will remove chemistry from the course offering for high school. Also wanted to add summer school is free. We did want to add that piece. We will actually allow students outside of Suffolk Public Schools to pay to come to our summer school if we have the space. Obviously, Suffolk Public School students will get the first choice, but we do offer that. We do have a pretty large contingent that come from private schools that really use our services during the summer. Our summer academy is for SOL remediation and retesting. You obviously see the dates, and we will retest for students who failed English, math, history, and the science SOLs. Luckily for us, with the state changing, we should not have as many students retaking SOLs as we have had in the past. The SOL testing dates you see are July 18th through the 28th. It is in person. And summer school graduation, which we look forward to as much as the regular graduation, will be on August the 4th at 6 o'clock at Nasman River High School. We hope to see you guys there. We'll have a surprise as who's going to be the graduation speaker, but it won't be me. So again, we will have graduation on the 4th at 6 o'clock. I'll turn it over to Dr. Branch.
Thank you. We have, as part of our summer series, we break it up into summer academy, more intensive tier 3 support, summer school, which is more generalized, and then our summer bridge programs. In our summer school, we provide advanced instruction, exploratory skill building, and accelerated learning. In the K through 8 for summer school, it is actually going to be virtual. It is self-paced. Students can work on their next level, their next grade level of coursework, and our teaching and learning department, our curriculum and instruction content supervisors and specialists create lessons for them, and so students can work virtually in grades K through 8 throughout the summer. It is registration, and all of that information will be provided, but there are lessons and activities that are included that will help build skill at the current grade level and then advance them in instruction. At the high school level, though, it is in person for our bridge program, our summer bridge program, where our students, we wanted to focus on students who had not been retained or not failing, but wanted to get some advanced instruction. We work on critical thinking, problem solving, communication, creativity, team building, and a lot of different aspects. It's for all students, but we really want to encourage students in some of our specialty programs, as they are sometimes more intense and need some additional study skills and skills building. In some of our specialty programs like Project Lead the Way, Advanced Placement, IB, and Dual Enrollment. So we do encourage all students at the high school level, 9 through 12, they don't have to be in the academy, they can do our summer bridge program. There are going to be teacher and vendor facilitated enrichment activities. You heard Dr. Lee as well as Ms. Pichon mention that. Teachers will be facilitating activities that are created by our content supervisors and specialists and integrated into lessons that will be cross-curricular. Our ESY services, again, the elementary ESY program will be at Hill Point, and the middle and high school ESY programs will be at Nansemond River High School. ESY services are provided only if the IEP team has approved and designated the need for those students to attend, because the benefits of them continuing instruction over the summer weigh much greater than if they were out. So the IEP team actually determines what services those students will need, and it is customized to meet those students' needs. We created last year SPS Explore, which, regardless of your grade level, there are activities for the entire family, regardless of if your student is actually in summer school. We want families to come together and continue learning throughout the summer. We created activities, and we'll do that again this year, that are focused on history, creative arts, math, science, all things in every learning aspect across the city. So we encourage students to go to historical sites, and there's activities at each grade level in each content area that the students and families can go out and explore. They're grade level specific, skill-based, and family-focused. This is really a family engagement activity. It is self-paced, it's not required, but we do provide prizes and incentives for those who participate. You'll see some of the pictures where students were doing different activities and the families took pictures of the students being involved. That was one way of us receiving proof that they were actually involved in the activity. So this is family focused and family engagement for all as an extension of our summer series. Are there any questions?
Board members, do you have questions?
I have one. I got lost somewhere. The high school it showed all the courses the high schoolers have as an option. Is that virtual? Is that with Virginia virtual, or are we having like a biology teacher, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or is it virtual Virginia?
No, it will be through Canvas.
It's face-to-face.
It's face-to, no, I think what you're referring to are the online classes. The EPF, I think it was EPF, English 12.
And government.
And government.
There are only.
Put,
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
there.
Yes.
Those in the box.
Those are face-to-face.
So there'll be a biology teacher teaching biology.
That is correct. That is correct.
And so, okay, so
Yes.
that's great.
So the classes at the bottom that you see are virtual, English 12 government,
Right.
EPF. Those are typically seniors, those are classes that seniors need to graduate.
Yeah,
So
or
we wanted-
personal finance.
right,
Yeah, I got that.
Gotcha.
But I just wanted to, so if their kids are sent to one of those classes, they'll have
Correct.
They'll have a little
direct,
teacher
okay.
present.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. Why are we offering classes to non-Suffolk Public Schools students? And that's a follow-up for that one.
That traditionally has been something that we've done if we have space, because they are paying for that. I really can't tell you the historical background, but we have offered that even when I was a principal at Kings Fork. That has been an option for students to come outside if they were paying. But they will not, we will not take an outside student over a Suffolk Public School student. Our kids will have priority.
Okay. My follow-up would be, could we just, I'm not in favor of that, first of all. Could we just allow our students who chose the public education route to benefit from a small student-teacher ratio? And I'm not saying we only may have 2 students out of the whole division that come in from private schools. I'm not saying it's a number knocking down the door. I understand that it may be a small percentage. But my thinking is, you chose to go somewhere else during regular school, stay there. But for the children who have to depend on public education and didn't have that opportunity, those students could benefit from a smaller student-teacher ratio, that adding that 1 student from a private school or a student or a group of students in would impact. So do we have the authority, let me just put this question right here, do we have the authority to not make that optional anymore and just say Suffolk Public Schools summer program is only for our students?
We certainly do have the option to do that. And in COVID, we did do that last year. So certainly the school system, we have the authority to do that. Our class, we try to keep our class ratios at 20-1. But certainly, again, that is the purview of the school board if we choose, because we have done that. We did it last year in a COVID situation. Obviously, we were hybrid, and space was an issue. So certainly, if that's the pleasure of the school board, we certainly could do that.
Let me ask this. I know it generates income for us as a school system, because we charge them tuition for coming. They're not just coming, and we're just not offering the system out of the kindness of our hearts. The folks who come are not necessarily, are they all Suffolk students? Are they students who live in Portsmouth or live close enough to come to school? Do we have an exchange of credits or whatever for students who might need to take a course or repeat a course? Do we have any kind of cooperative agreements with the neighboring systems?
No, we don't have a cooperative agreement, but part of the reason why we also have opened this up to outside students is our staff sometimes bring their students to summer school.
Oh, okay.
So we looked at using that as a benefit to allow that to happen as well. As long as there is a transcript that goes between school divisions, which we all have the same cooperative in the state, there's really not an issue.
Okay, all right.
Madam
I just
Chair.
asked. If you would see if other people have questions, I'll let you. Are there other people who have questions? Okay, go ahead.
I'm prepared to make it in the form of a motion tonight that we would only allow it to be for Suffolk Public Schools students, and the only exception would be if a parent or guardian is a Suffolk Public Schools employee, their child may come, but not, because you can't help where you live if your parents have bought a house in Chesapeake, but that their child will have the opportunity, but not anyone else. That's the way I'm thinking. I think this is an action item we got to approve, or, okay. So
Yes.
I don't know.
You want to make a motion?
Okay, I move to approve the report as presented under the conditions that summer school would be for Suffolk Public Schools students, with the exceptions of persons who are children of Suffolk Public School staff in attendance. I think I didn't mess that up, Attorney Waller. I did it right? Okay.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for failure to get a second. But we do need a motion to approve the summer school program. Is there a motion to approve the summer school program?
I make a motion that we approve the summer school program as presented.
So moved. Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the summer school program as presented. Are there questions? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. The next thing is a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia regarding the establishment of an education committee in the city code section 2-463. There is a bit of information you all received regarding the education committee that's formed by the city that requires that we give the name of a person from the superintendent's office, and that the board choose a person to represent us on this committee, or to be from this committee, not to represent us. There are two things. I polled the board with regard to this. It was not a decision that I made, even though I get credit for a lot of stuff, but I did poll every board member with regard to their opinion. And so tonight, I'm going to give every board member the opportunity to address this issue, and I will address it after that. So we can begin at whatever end. Okay, Board Member Howell.
I just want to clarify, first of all, what the resolution is asking or saying, that we are, I guess, in essence, asking City Council to stick to the twice-a-year full council, full board meetings only, and drop the idea of having a committee. Is that correct? Is that what the resolution is saying?
The resolution is saying that we've already agreed to have 2 board meetings of the full council and the full board. That is what the resolution is saying, because that was the agreement with us and council, and not to have an extra, have a committee made up of people and so on and so forth.
So in essence, it's saying we don't want to participate in the committee? Is that like an implied?
I would say that, yes.
Okay.
That would be my conclusion.
And I know you pulled everyone, so we have already talked about this. And again, I'm new here. I just feel like with everything going on in the schools, like all hands on deck seems reasonable. I mean, we have a finance committee, a legislative committee, a policy committee, where it's just representatives go to make it a more efficient process, I'm assuming, and then come back to the table with everyone and present the information. So I'm not sure what is the perceived downside to I volunteer to go. So what is can you make clear to me what the concern is with participating?
I could make it clear to you if you would like for me to. I was going to let everybody else speak.
Okay, I can wait.
Okay.
It may lead to other questions, but I can wait.
Okay. Are there other board member Jenkins?
Thank you. I believe that this resolution fits us. You know, we've been doing this, and our meetings that we've had with them have been productive. And so if we continue with the 2 meetings, they want to add another meeting quarterly, that's fine, but I don't see a need for a special committee, because I'm sure you will allude to why we are not having a committee, because we don't want to fall in that downfall again. But I'm okay with the resolution.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes, I concur with Board Member Jenkins. As the resolution stands, I think our joint meetings have been most effective, and we were able to talk and come to some consensus about matters involving the city and the school board, particularly our capital improvement. And we had much success with that. So I agree that the joint meetings are enough for us.
Board Member Riddick?
To me, I just feel that it's not ideal at the moment to create another group to meet, to talk about what is the responsibility of the council member and the school board member to work in a harmonious fashion. The school board member of the Suffolk Borough is supposed to work with the city council member of the city council borough. And there should be frequent communication, and I'm using that as an example, but there should be frequent communication. To reinvent a wheel when there's already a way that is there made is moot. I do wish that we would increase the amount of meetings that we have, joint meetings, and that we would dive deeper into business. But to formulate another committee that would have to come back and report again is not advantageous at this moment. I'm curious to see what proposed benefits could City Council yield in their request for this, considering that the committee that is trying to be reactivated now has been dead for years. So to bring it back up again, it's pointless when the superintendent and the city manager meets and the mayor and the school board chair meets. What do we need another route for when it's already people doing already the same thing? So I'm in support of the resolution as well.
Board Member Stewart?
Well, first of all, the committee that has already been approved 8-0 by City Council with their ordinance exists. It doesn't matter what we say tonight. It already has been approved 8-0. It's going to happen. They already had this discussion. It is on the books. It is an ordinance, and they approved it 8-0. So it is. Second of all, to not participate goes against everything that, whether it's the strategic plan or whatever, that we want to have this good relationship with City Council. To not participate in it, I absolutely cannot see any reason not to send 2 representatives. And it has nothing to do with the first FOIA violation. Absolutely nothing. The 2 are totally different. So I don't want to hear that. And if you try just a salad of words to try to make it fit, it doesn't fit. So if we don't want to send anyone, then just don't send anyone. I think it's foolish. I think Ms. Spivey Howell would go. I would go. If you don't want to send anybody, fine. And it does not preclude having the full meetings. It does not say that we still cannot twice a year meet as a full city council and as a full board. Their ordinance to have a education committee meeting quarterly does not, there's nothing in it that says therefore we will not ever meet with the school board. There's, the 2 are 2 separate beings. And so I think it looks particularly poor to the citizens of Suffolk for us to say, well, I don't like how you did it, so I'm not going to play with you. I mean, that's just silliness. We say we want a good relationship, send a representative. It's going to happen. It's already happened. It's already been voted on. It doesn't matter what this resolution says. It's a resolution. It's a, gee, we hope you listen to us or something. And I hope they don't. They should do what they want, and we should do what we want. No one, they don't come and give a resolution and say, I don't think you should have a standing legislative committee because they've never met. They don't come, they don't do resolutions for us. Why would we be doing this to them? It's just aggravating them. It's just making them angry. But that's, so I will not be voting for this resolution. Nothing in here is going to change a thing, except someone got their underwear tied in a bundle because they couldn't control what City Council wanted to do.
Board Member Byron. Vice Chair. I will support this resolution of joint meetings with the city. I was chair a few years back, and I did meet on occasion by invitation with the mayor of our city and along with the superintendent. And I did not serve on the, per se, education committee that was at that time, but I did end up in court accused of wrongdoings because of meeting with our mayor and other members of the city management. So therefore, I could not support this because it cost a great deal of money, time, and unnecessary court proceedings, and I'll never agree to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are 2 separate bodies. The interesting thing is that this note from City Council, when people report us, we always get a note back. When somebody sends something to City Council, it says, and this is the note from City Council, it says the operations and policies of the Suffolk Public School System fall under the purview of the independently elected Suffolk School Board and its appointed superintendent. So when you write a letter to telling us because we didn't do something, they send it back because they acknowledge and realize that we are 2 separately elected bodies, co-equals. One is a funder, but not a director. If you ask councilmen what they do, what their job is, what our job is, we have a distinct job according to the Code of Virginia. It is not managed by the city council. In other words, you ask a question, Ms. Bobby Howell, and that question was, what is this about? In truth, because we sat in a COVID-closed building for a week testifying in a hearing that was caused because we were invited by phone to meet with the mayor, then mayor, and vice mayor to plan a meeting of the full council and the full school board. We were in less than 30 minutes, but because people wanted to be a part and were not a part, we wound up in court. We wound up in court with many accusations, and the interesting thing was, I believe, and you all correct me if I'm wrong because we were there, that the judge found this 2009, was it 2009 that one of our policies from 2009 that named this old committee that we had. And since we had started meeting all together as a full board and a full council, there was no need for the education committee, because we used to have one years and years and years ago before I got on the board and before actually Mrs. Byram got on the board. If we believe, or if we say that we believe in transparency, then there is no need of us sending you to a meeting with somebody when all of us can sit down and talk to whomever we want to talk to in public with everybody listening, everybody knowing how everybody feels and what everybody said. The one thing that we learned from that is that people can leave meetings thinking, or leave situations thinking that all we did was plan a meeting. The one thing that we got accused of, and this is what was really interesting to me, and I think to all of us, we got accused of a FOIA violation because we did not advertise a meeting, the impetus of which was the phone call telling us to come and meet with the mayor, vice mayor, and the city manager. None of us had the idea. The mayor at that time even went to court and testified on our behalf to say, we didn't call the meeting, she called the meeting. It was not a meeting of a formal committee, but because the books said at that time, the thing the judge found in 2009, a committee, a liaison committee, which we did say we were going to do, but that wasn't a committee meeting of the liaison committee, was the chair, the vice chair, the mayor, vice mayor. That was what we had rewritten. And Mrs. Story and I went over that in the policy because the two of us were on the policy committee. We tried to give that policy some meaning, okay? But we hadn't even had a full meeting of this group for that purpose. But that was where that generated from. And that's why all of us, well, most of us sitting here who know that. Now, I can tell you this, even though the vote was 8-0, only two of those people, Mrs. Butler-Barlow and Councilman Williams, were the only two who were not there when all of this took place. So no one is in denial about, or they are in denial if they say they don't know what happened, because they do know what happened. Everybody knows what happened. We have been taking hits for 2 years from the paper, from everywhere else about a FOIA violation. Now, fortunately, on March 30th, the courts agreed with us on several other things. Before that, they agreed with us on some other things. That's a good thing, but the one constant was that committee. We dissolved that committee as a school board. When was that, last year? When was that, Mr. Waller, that we dissolved that committee?
I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, we dissolved that committee because we realized it had no function, because now all of us meet together. And if all of us meet together, that's fine. Now, every one of us has a peer on council. Everyone. I have no problems with my peer. And contrary to public opinion, the mayor and I talk. I have his cell number, he has mine. We're not mortal enemies. So the whole scenario sounds cute to some people, but it's not. It may make for interesting dialogue, but that's about what it is. It's a cute reality show. The truth is, if there's something he's really upset about or something I'm really upset about, we talk to each other. We text and we talk. So there are things that people need to know, but there's a backstory. And so the reason for the resolution is not to disrespect anybody. It's just that we agreed as a group, two groups together, that we would meet at least twice a year. One of the things that we talked about was that if anybody had a question, say about our budget, and they wanted a special presentation about the budget, we've done this before. The superintendent could do a presentation for the board, the superintendent and Mrs. Forsman could do a presentation for the council about the budget. We've done that in our full meeting. We have had the superintendent, our superintendent, and the city manager in the meeting that was in question actually did the presentation. The rest of us just sat down and talked, and if we had questions, but they actually did the presentation. Now, we had a cooperative committee, one of our former board members who's going to speak tonight, and I worked for 2 years on a committee. We were looking for ways that we could work together and save some money. As it turned out, when we got the end of the process, we needed $20 million for energy performance contracting. The city was first to say they weren't going to do it. They needed $4 million, we needed $16 million. We were going to follow through with that, with the $16 million. We were going to try to borrow it, but the city needs to back us up because that's our funder. When we got to the joint meeting with the city council and the school board, the city told us that they couldn't borrow that much money because it would ruin their credit rating. That meeting is public, it's recorded, so you can go back and look. Anybody who wants to can verify. So, I mean, there are things that are already there. They backed out. We didn't. And I'm just distressed by the whole idea that has been presented that we're angry with somebody and we don't want to do it, or we're being disrespectful, because that is not the case. When we have to ask people for money, we understand that, and we have no problem explaining to them what we want it for, why we want it. We have had budget hearings, open budget hearings, and the funny thing is, when people have come up here, we've had fewer than 4 people come up here during the budget hearings. All of us have been sitting here to make comments or to ask questions about the budget. Fewer than 4, and we've had several of them. So I'm trying to understand what there is to hide, and if you believe we're hiding something, the best way to show it is for each and every board member and each and every council member to be together face to face and say whatever you have to say. That's why I support the resolution.
Thank you for explaining that. Just from my perspective and for clarity, to go along with my vote, I realize there is a backstory here. We've talked several times about that, and I realize I bear some of the residual effects from that, but I also realize that I was elected to move forward. And so I get it. I get the positions, and and I'm okay with that we may disagree on things. As the new person tasked by my community with being open and transparent, I will not refuse to participate in something that's requested of me that has the potential in any small way, shape, or form to benefit the students, even if it poses an inconvenience to my schedule or, you know, a risk to what people think of me. So that's where I'm coming from. Everybody, you know, has their own story. I just want y'all to understand where I'm coming from. I'm basically myself reaching out to every possible resource that I can so I can be effective, informed, and move us forward. So that's my position. I just want y'all to understand that. And it's, you know, it of course is nothing personal. I have a different borough. I have a different job. I'm coming in after you all and sort of playing catch up, but also trying to pave my own way.
I understand, and I think everybody else does. And one of the things that I know that, as I said, there are folks who have a story, and they like to push that story forward. All of us has one vote, and you vote in the way that you feel is right, and you represent your constituents. And I don't think there's anybody who's telling the truth who would tell you that they're forced to do anything any way that they want. We all agree or disagree from time to time, and that's where we leave it, okay? So that's where we go. Is there anybody who'd like to say anything else before we make a motion on this?
I'm ready to make the motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the resolution as read.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Miss, would you read it? You got to read it. Mm-hmm.
A resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia regarding the establishment of an education committee in City Code Section 2-463. Whereas the Suffolk City Council adopted an amendment to City Code Section 2-463, and whereas City Code Section 2-463 establishes an education committee, that stated purpose of the committee is to serve as a formal channel of communication regarding issue of shared concern between the city government and city school system, and to strengthen the relationship between the city and schools by discussing non-instructional issues, including but not limited to budget, capital improvement, operational savings, safety, and joint uses. And whereas the Suffolk City School Board is of the opinion that the stated purpose for this committee, to create a formal channel of communication and to strengthen the relationship between the city and schools, are laudable goals and should be pursued. And whereas the Constitution of Virginia, Article 8, Section 7, provides that the supervision of schools in each school division shall be vested in a school board to be composed of members selected in the manner for the term, possessing qualifications and to the number provided by law. And whereas Virginia Code Section 22.1-79, 1950 as amended, enumerates all powers and duties of the local school board, which includes the power to care for, manage, and control the property of the school division, and provide for the erecting, furnishing, equipping, non-instructional operating of necessary school buildings and appurtenances and the maintenance thereof. And whereas the school board cannot abrogate powers and duties granted to it by Constitution of Virginia and the Code of Virginia. And whereas the school board must exercise extreme caution to guard against any unwarranted and unnecessary intrusion in school operations that could adversely impact the school board's authority to supervise schools in the school division, and more specifically, as it relates finances, property, both real and personal, consolidation of schools or redistricting of school boundaries, pupil assignment plans, and length of school term. And whereas the school board is of the opinion that strengthening the relationship between the city and schools can best be achieved not by holding meetings of the education committee that will only involve a few select members from both public bodies, but joint public meetings at least 2 times a year that will involve all members of both city council and school board. Be it therefore resolved that the school board requests that city council reconsider the establishment of an education committee, but in lieu thereof, establish 2 joint meetings a year between all elected members of the city council and school board to discuss issues of shared concern between the city government and city school system. Adopted this 7th day of April 2022.
Now, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, you can call for the vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. We are going to go on and, to item number 10. I'm going to let you lead that discussion, Mr. Board Member Riddick, about Kingsport Middle School.
Okay. We are receiving concerns regarding behaviors and bullying at Kingsport Middle School. And we know that efforts are being put in place to combat these concerns. We know it. I know it, that our division, our superintendent and his staff are doing everything possible they can to handle these situations. I would like to move that Dr. Gordon provide a detailed report on the efforts put into place and how the efforts would be deemed successful and how we can ensure that the efforts are known and communicated to the community.
Other board members, do you have?
I'm sorry, can he read that motion again?
Okay.
I think it wasn't a motion, he was asking about a report.
Well,
Was it, do you
I
want to
did have
talk
a motion
about
at the
it
end, but I made my statement at the beginning.
Oh,
And my statement is this. I know, and I want to be clear because I don't want anybody to run with the wrong narrative here. We know that there have been some concerns in the community involving Kingsport Middle School. And I, as a board member, know that Dr. Gordon and his team are addressing these items. What I'm asking for is that Dr. Gordon will come back at our next meeting and provide a report on things that his staff and the staff of Kingsport Middle School are doing to address those concerns, and tell us how will we know if it's successful or not, basically what matrix they're going to use, whether student behaviors decrease or whatever. And how can we ensure that the efforts that Dr. Gordon and his staff are taking are being made known to and communicated to the community? Because oftentimes we are addressing things, it's just people don't know about it. So the motion that I made was, and I'm going to remake it again. I don't know if you want to have discussion before I make the motion.
If anybody else had comments, but you can make the motion first, and then we could have.
Okay, I didn't want it to die if no one seconded it.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, so do you want to
So
talk about it?
I'll hold off
then?
on the motion and listen to the comments.
Okay. Are there any other board members who'd like to speak to this concern?
I have a question. So can you be more specific of what you're going to expect Dr. Gordon to, or his team, to present to the public?
I can reiterate it, to provide a detailed report as into what Dr. Gordon and his staff are doing to address these concerns. And then what type of matrix are they using so we would know if it's successful or not? To how can we ensure that these efforts are being made known to the public? Like, for an example, I know that Kingsport High School Kingsport Middle School has a tip line where if someone is being bullied, they can go on the website and report the situation. But there are some parents who may not know that. So in the report, they can say, well, letters were sent home, or reverse 911 call went out to promote this feature. But it's stuff in place that will help situations where we won't have to get inboxed on Facebook about stuff, but they can go through the appropriate channels. You know, Dr. Gordon and his team is really on it. It's just, how do we get it out there? And this is something that we collaboratively have to own. We just can't, put it on Dr. Gordon and his staff or just the school board. It's something that parents are going to have to step in, and other community stakeholders are going to have to chime in as well.
I have a question with regard, now, would this be over and above? I know that we did a presentation, we had a presentation a couple of months ago on bullying and our bullying team and how we handled that and the tip line and that kind of thing. What would you think might be a more effective way of letting the public know? I know because we had a presentation on that, but I mean, what would be a good way to let the public know other than, I know he does Facebook Live sessions and all of that, so for people who are in the Facebook, they could get that. But how could we better let them know from where we are here?
With me, listening to the line of questioning, that's me being asked to interfere with the day-to-day operations.
Right.
And that's Dr. Gordon and his staff job. I'm trying to stay in my lane and just ask of him. And it's his responsibility and his staff responsibility to craft that and bring it back. And if he would ask me, because I mean, we are board members, I don't want to overstep and step into his lane. But if he was to ask me and say, hey, what would you suggest? Then I would provide suggestions. But my main thing is, what are we doing to address it? How do we know that what we're doing is working? And what methods are we relaying this to the community? I mean, Board Member Jenkins and we all have received lots of concerns lately. It's been on Facebook and in the news. This is not saying we're mishandling stuff. Please don't mistake it. But what I am trying to do is make sure that we have our message out there and that we know that what we are putting into practice is working.
Yeah, that wasn't what, no, don't get me wrong, that wasn't what I was asking. I was just asking if we had some suggestions as to how, because we've heard the information before, we know the kinds of programs we have in place. I was just wondering if there are some suggestions as to how to better get it out to the public, what we are doing, because you were saying some people aren't aware of the tip line. And I know we talked about that at a meeting that we had here, so we knew that that was available. Are there any suggestions as to how to better get it out? Should we be having, like, just for an example, like small groups in neighborhoods, small group meetings in places, or talk session, town halls?
I concur with that, even if it was a town hall in the school with the students being made aware. The thing is, we know, because the report was given to us, it's not an issue of we having students who are being bullied or whatever here, it's the community. So that's why I asked, how are we making these avenues known to our community stakeholders, such as parents, as partners in this endeavor so they would know how to relay this, because posting a fight on Facebook is not the proper way to handle it. And then you're being tagged to the fight 30 times. Board Member Riddick, you see this? Or you're getting about 20 inboxes or people texting you. There's portals already in place. So, I want us to make sure we're doing our due diligence, because what's the use to pay for the portal if no one's using it?
I see. So is there, you have a question or comment?
I guess I kind of want to summarize. I think we do our due diligence to put the information out there. We rely on people to show up to the meetings or go back and watch them. Same with Facebook. Not everybody has that. Not everybody checks the SPS website. They don't all watch Dr. Gordon's Facebook Live, but we do our due diligence to make it available. And I think it seems reasonable that we did address this a few months ago to have a follow-up. Has there been any change? Have we seen any improvements? Because, the squeaky wheel gets the oil, gets the grease, depending on where you're from. And so the folks out there that are sharing the text messages and the videos and such, I don't want to say it's proactive, but they're doing something and they're getting that attention. So to counter that, we just check in and say, okay, this is what we've been doing. Here's what we're seeing so far. It's a reduction in referrals. It's a reduction in fights. It's a reduction in assault, whatever. It's just, like a one and done reporting doesn't paint a whole picture. We need, to have periodic check-ins. Same like you would do with, academics.
Absolutely. We just need to know how much time we assign to it before we would expect something to be effective. If we introduced a program, say, this month. We couldn't tell you next month how
Oh, no.
effective it is
No.
if we introduced it.
But
And
I
that's
would
why I was
say-
saying if there are some suggestions, I think that's a good idea to periodically see where we're going. We'll get a report from our safety committee to see where we went this year with the behavior program, and that's coming up, I guess, in June. I believe it's June when it's submitted. I think Dr. Gordon is in.
I think just what
It's this summer,
Mr.
but
Riddick's
I'm thinking-
concerned with is it's such a prominent theme.
Yeah.
And with academics, you have to have a period of instruction before you can reassess.
Right.
But when we have back-to-back fights and bullying reports and things like that, the public doesn't really understand or want to hear that we need to sit back and collect some data. They just want a conversation. They
Right,
just want to acknowledge, yes, we see what's going on. We're not ignoring it. Here's how we're still addressing it. Stay tuned kind of thing.
Right, absolutely. I understand. So,
Madam Chair?
yes.
So this is interesting because I am not comfortable singling out one school in a public forum. I will never do that.
Right.
But what we will do is be able to provide an overview, because the things that Mr. Riddick has mentioned are things that we did division-wide. But we know that Kings Fork Middle School is the hot topic for obvious reasons. For the show that was put on a couple of months ago, the video footage that's been sent out. But the school division is always going to be hesitant to not only single out a school, but to discuss any safety precautions that have been put into place for any person out in the street to find a hole in it. Now, to Ms. Howell's point, we do have opportunities throughout the year, not only with feedback from the School Safety Audit Committee, but also every summer when we go over our discipline numbers, and we can actually have the breakdown by school that Mr. Lefebvre actually and Mr. Boone actually leads. But what I will do is provide the board with a memo with some of the additional measures that we've put into place. But I will not discuss a single school publicly because it's going to turn into an attack. It's going to turn into an attack of the administration. It's going to turn into an attack of the staff. And then you will have that perception that the school is unsafe, which will then create more problems for the school community itself.
It'll have a negative impact on the climate in the school and the people working in the school.
Correct.
And it's not just at the school. There are fights all over because kids have been fighting in school since public school started. And it doesn't matter where you live or what neighborhood you're in or whatever, they're there. I know we have procedures in place that we're putting in place for these postings, because I know we've had that discussion about kids posting.
Yes.
And the consequences are going to be the same as those are for people who are participating. If you're posting, because that's a way of bullying, when you're putting a post online of a fight. And I think our students, we need to make that broadly known. When we find your address and we find that you did that, then there's going to be a consequence for you. We spoke about that earlier in the policy committee. But if there is a motion to request a report of all of these kinds of things and what actions, because whatever actions we take there to address bullying or misbehavior, we take at JFK, Fred Cherry, Forest Glen as well. Do we have different, we use the same strategies?
We use the same strategies at all schools.
Okay.
And for one of the things, that we're probably going to need some clarification on is we're talking about multiple issues. The first thing that was discussed was climate, morale, behavior. And now we are specifying bullying. So we need to be able to determine which
what it
one
is we're looking
that the
at.
board potentially is asking us for feedback for. We don't have a problem sharing that at all.
Okay.
Madam
Do we
Chair.
have, do we have, because I know we do have a rather extensive plan regarding bullying, so it would be interesting, as Board Member Howell said, to come back and hear from our bullying group how they felt about how it works and how it's working, and not target any specific school, but a place, because it's bullying your bullying might be coming to your inbox because that's your school, but it's coming. I get bullying things too from parents who are concerned, and I see that in different areas of social media where people are concerned. So I understand that, but my question is, you can put your motion forward, Mr. Riddick, and the board can vote on it.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's exactly what I plan to do. However, I do find conflict when I'm asking for information One, I don't think that the information I'm asking is going to put Kings Fork Middle School in a negative light than it's already has been placed in with the altercations that have been held here. The only thing I'm asking for is what has the division put into place. Now, anything that is pertinent to the day-to-day safety of students, I wouldn't ask you to disclose. I think that would be very unwise to ask you to disclose what date you are planning to do safety drills with the K-9 dogs or anything of that sort. I think that's far-fetching to assume that I'm asking anyone to disclose information that would put students at risk. But to know how we promoted our bully tip line is something that I think is valuable information, because it goes back to whether it's effective or not. I understand about the time for data, but in doing statistical data, you can get the data monthly, quarterly, or yearly. So considering that the climate, far as whether students are feeling safe and the other things that are keep arising that are beyond my scope, that I have no, I'm not going looking for it, it's coming to me and the citizens are asking of me. I think my request is fair. So for the effort of time, I would like to move that the board would request Dr. Gordon to provide a report on efforts being put into place and how those efforts would be deemed successful. Also, how we can ensure that these efforts are being communicated to our community stakeholders. And he would present that at our next board meeting.
You wait a minute to see if is that a motion? Is that a motion, Mr. Riddick?
Yes, that's a motion.
Well, we have to see if it's going to be seconded, and then we can move.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. What's your question?
Can we include this across the board then?
Well, that's going to be in your safety audit report, which all of us are going to hear. In a couple of months, it's going to be there.
The safety audit report doesn't address how we make the information known to parents on mechanisms to keep their children safe. I'm kind of growing leery of us using that as a crutch. What's being asked is what are we doing to be done? I don't mind amending the motion to be inclusive to all of our middle schools, but I was trying to be considerate of Dr. Gordon and his staff time, because if it's something that we're already doing, we don't have to recreate a document because it's been relayed over and over again that it's already in the works. So I can amend the motion.
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that if we're going to do something like that, it would be a whole report. And nobody's leaning on anything. So please, I hope that you want to use a different word, because that's not leaning on anything. Those things. Well, if you said what you meant, let me correct you. The safety audit report, just to clarify what it includes those things like what the situation is at schools with regard to danger and those kinds of things. You will hear that if you read the report intensely. And if you understand what the report entails and what the committee should be reviewing. That's Ms. Story shaking her head at me. That was not for you, Mr. Ritt. But at any rate, it's been moved and seconded. Let's call for the question,
Ms. Mayo had something.
Are we including all, are you amending that?
Yes, Board Member Mayo, I'm amending that to include all of our schools, if that's what would satisfy
I think
the
that
pleasure of the board.
would be a good thing to do.
Could you read whatever it is, what it's going to sound like, because you need to restate it, Mr. Riddick.
Here's what I have. The motion is for Dr. Gordon to provide a report on efforts being put into place for all schools, how those efforts are deemed successful, how do we ensure these metrics are being presented to stakeholders, and for Dr. Gordon to report this information back to the board next week.
Next month.
Next month, I'm sorry.
Nobody's going to be here next week. Okay. Everybody clear on what we're voting on?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. I think Mr. Riddick made the motion, Ms. Story seconded. Call for the vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
No.
Motion passed.
All right, the next things are comments from the public. Linda Bouchard, she's going to read a statement while you're on your way up here, Ms. Bouchard. Yeah, I see you. Okay. You can start walking toward this way, Miss. You're very, very familiar with the statement, so by the time you get up here, you'll have a chance to catch your breath while she's reading this.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they signed up to speak. That persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters in the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs and posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make sure of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Wow, that's scary. My name is Linda Bouchard. I live at 6731 Crittenden Road, Suffolk, Virginia, 23432. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Gordon, Madam Chair, Dr. Brooks-Buck, and the board members. I'm going to read this because I'm not a very good speaker. So I come before you today to present a proposal on the subject of classroom discipline. I will be specifically referring to problems facing the middle schools and the high schools because I have no verifiable experience with the elementary schools. I consider classroom behavior to be the fastest growing problem in public schools today. Suffolk Public Schools has taken heroic measures to meet this challenge. There are leaders in the central office devoted exclusively to this problem. There are school security monitors, counselors, deans, and assistant principals also involved in discipline issues. But so far, I have not seen a bottom-up approach to discipline problems, and I want to tell you about an experience I had which prompted me to search for a potentially successful solution. I am a retired I am a retired school teacher of Suffolk Public Schools. I taught for 20 years. I taught 8th grade Spanish. After I retired, I began working as a substitute teacher for Suffolk Public Schools. 3 years ago, I was asked to become a long-term substitute for an 8th grade middle school class, which had been without a teacher for several months. I began working at this school in January with a plan to bring these kids back to a competing level by the end of the term. During my teaching years, I was considered to be a pretty good classroom manager. Of course, my classes were often loud and chaotic because the kids were preparing and delivering dialogues in the target language. It was joyful chaos. But shockingly, I could not control these classes now. For example, the kids would raise their hands or just shout out to say that they had to go to the bathroom or to the nurse. I had to stop the class to give them a pass because if I denied them and it turned out they had a kidney problem or a serious medical issue, the school or I could be held responsible. Often as not, the kids only wanted to walk the halls and end up in trouble. That behavior would result in my having to stop the class again to write a referral, send it with the child to the office to be dealt with by an administrator. Often the kids would be sneaking a look at their cell phones or putting in earphones. Once I detected it again, I would have to stop the class and deal with this problem. The administration would have to confiscate the phone, call the parents, and require that they come up to get the phone back. Result, angry parents. I could go on and on, but I only have 5 minutes. I am proposing that you initiate a pilot program at one of the middle schools whereby some teachers, especially new teachers and struggling teachers, would have a teaching assistant that for the sole purpose of maintaining discipline so that the teacher, uninterrupted, could teach the class. The duties of the teaching assistant would be to respond to children asking to go to the bathroom or nurse or to accompany them there and back. The teaching assistant could also quietly circulate the classroom to make sure the kids were on task and not using cell phones or earbuds. If a student would become disruptive, the teaching assistant could remove the child to prevent the other students from bouncing off that student's behavior. These teaching assistants, as I said, would be especially useful in a new teacher's classroom. More often than not, a new teacher would give up for lack of support in the classroom. The greatest benefit of having a teaching assistant in the classroom would be that most problems would never arise, and that means less problems for the administrators, less referrals. More than anything, the teacher can finally actually teach the class. One more sentence. I know you are going to say, sounds like a good idea, but where are we going to get the money? Well, if you don't have the problem in the first place, you wouldn't need as many vice principals, deans, and security monitors. And by the way, I've spoken with a number of retired teachers who would love to have this job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Greg Cashmark, wants to speak about fights, his displeasure with breakfast and lunch, great schools, and to thank teachers.
Whew. I'd like to be yielded an additional 5 minutes because I'm talking about fights, which is a discipline problem, which is also an agenda topic.
I'm sorry,
so I don't know
Mr.
why I
K.
didn't get to speak during the agenda speakers.
Mr. Cashmark, give your name and address, please. You have 5 minutes.
My name's Greg Cashmark. My address is 423 Collier Crescent, Suffolk, Virginia 23434. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to start off with the thank yous. I'd like to thank this gentleman over here behind the wall that's been spraying this booth for the last 2 years. All the chemicals and all the things, and I haven't seen anybody thank him. So I'd like to thank him first for if he gets carpal tunnel or something like that, I hope he comes back. You know, because he kept the booth. Every time I watched him on TV, I said, man, he is just wiping. I mean, every nook and cranny. So I appreciate that. And I heard her earlier call you Mr. John, or John, so thank you, Mr. John, for that. I'd like to thank the teachers, especially at Booker T. Washington. Miss Dawn Irwin was great this whole pandemic. She did not turn her back on any child, and a lot of people don't realize she never got a day off. And she was Teacher of the Year during the pandemic, and she didn't ever get appropriate recognition for that. So I'd just like to give Miss Dawn Irwin a thank you. Also Miss Blake, Samantha Blake right now, that's teaching speech therapy to my children, or my daughter. And also Miss Hardy over there at Booker T as well, standing up good. And Miss Brock, the principal over there, always has a smile on her face, and I thank her for taking a look at it from a standpoint of there's elementary students, and instead of her putting, you know, she had the appropriate signage, but in the office what she did is she had a bear in every other seat instead of, you know, making it all completely obvious that, you know, with the signage. I'd like to comment about the lunches, and it's not under that, it's called, actually on the agenda it says slop, breakfast and lunch, because that's what you're serving right now, slop. It's like jail. You walk in there, you come into school, and they got all these plastic things. You can't even get into school to get to the office or to pick up your child. And then you're serving lunch kits, Lunchables with high sodium. We're not serving real food. And I hear Dr. Gordon on his live streams thanking the Nutrition Services Department when they're serving Lunchables. I mean, not even an appropriate amount of calories for these children. I mean, what happened to pizzas and French fries? You won't ever find a teacher standing in line for lunch anymore because it's unedible. Why are they having fights in the cafeteria? Because they throw the food in the trash and there's nothing else left to do. It's the same thing with the breakfast. They don't even get to socialize with anybody. They don't get the first 30 minutes to do anything because the breakfast is uneditable. I mean, I don't understand why we spent money on facilities to spend food, and now we have supply chains. Well, thank God that the grocery store doesn't have supply chain issues. And if we need new buses, why can't we pay for them now and them show up in 2 years? I don't know why we need to escrow that, but that's on a different topic. But the lunchroom is an issue. We have millions and millions of dollars that come into this school system, and we can't serve a good lunch or a good breakfast. Some of these kids, that's what they rely on. I mean, the government did a better job getting the food to the children during the pandemic when they came on the buses. And now we just got everybody, oh, well, it's okay, it's a pandemic, it's COVID, it's this, I'm sorry, the year's almost over. I don't care if the year's almost over or not. But what I can tell you is this is my last dealing with Suffolk Public Schools, because during the pandemic, what did I do? I took my children to places where they could have fun, and there was other districts, and I surveyed other schools that did a lot better than Suffolk Public Schools did. I mean, All we do here is play the blame game and blame it on this and blame it on that. I'm sorry. Thanks for your cooperation. That's everything. Thank you for your cooperation. And then the fights, Dr. Gordon doesn't want to report because of school safety. Reporting fights has nothing to do with school safety. Great schools maybe is right, Dr. Brooks. Maybe great schools is right because y'all are hiding it. You know, why don't you publish the information? Publishing the information has nothing to do with school safety at all. What it has to deal with is you want people to come to the district, and then all of a sudden they've spent all their savings getting here, and then they're in a bad school. No, the public needs to know if it's a bad school, if they're having fights in the cafeteria. Are they doing anything about it? Are you expelling children? If somebody's been in 3 fights, they need to get out of here. And they need to go to alternative school or military school. They don't need to keep distracting other kids from learning. They're here to learn, not be in a lunchroom with a Lunchable in a fight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janari Davis. Janari, would you give your name and your address?
My name is Janari Davis. I'm a resident of Portsmouth, Virginia. Good evening, Chairwoman Dr. Bucks, Vice Chairman Byram, board members, and Dr. Gordon, and all those assembled here this evening. My name is Janari Davis. I serve as the student representative on the school board in Portsmouth, Virginia. I come to you this evening to discuss adding a student representative to your school board. There are 4 cities in Hampton Roads who have student representatives on their board: Portsmouth, Norfolk, Newport News, and Hampton. Suffolk, Chesapeake, and Virginia Beach do not have student representatives on their board. I serve over 14,000 students in Portsmouth. I'm the 5th student representative in Portsmouth's student representative history. In Portsmouth, having a student representative on the board has been very beneficial to the students and the school system. I believe that Suffolk Public Schools should add a student representative to their board to represent the 14,000 plus students of Suffolk. You might ask, why does Suffolk need a student representative? Student concerns need to be heard. Most students aren't going to tell an adult their concerns because they feel as if the problem isn't going to get solved. Adults can't represent students like students can represent a student. VSBA policy states that the student representative on the school board can be a 12th grader, and the alternate can also be a 12th grader as well. Hope you all take this idea into consideration. As a current student representative, this proposal will be great for Suffolk Public Schools and every other division in Virginia without a student representative on their board. I have previously spoken at Chesapeake and Virginia Beach regarding this same topic. I will be glad to have a conversation regarding this after the meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Janari. Thank you. Board members, it's time for your comments. This is business by board members, comments and reports by board members. I started that in before I started this in this time. Mr. Riddick.
I know the hour is late, so I'm going to make my remarks kind of brief tonight, but I want to shed some clarity on some things. I want to take this time to continue to thank the citizens of the Suffolk Borough for electing me to serve you and to be your voice. I count it as a privilege to serve you, a privilege I do not take lightly. But I also want to use this opportunity to make it clear that the motion made earlier to approve new courses, the new course list, but require the suggested book of courses to come back, is not to limit the teacher's creative voice, but it is to, I have to do what I feel is right in the best interest of our greatest asset, and that is to ensure that we are using our platform to foster well-rounded students and to positively impact the lives of our students. It is my job to ensure that we are not indirectly influencing our youth in a direction that could hinder their growth and development. So I don't want the notion to be made or misconstrued that I am trying to take things out of education, or if I'm a part of a bigger group with another agenda, so I want to make that clear. At this point, I have two things that I would like to request. I would like to ask that maybe not at our next meeting, but probably our meeting in June, that we receive a report regarding the training provided to employees of Suffolk Public Schools to ensure that the school board memorandum of understanding with the Suffolk City Police Department is being followed. I ask that this report would include materials provided. You don't have to go into full detail. This is me requesting. I'm not trying to get a directive by the board, but materials provided during training and possibly a sign-in sheet to ensure that the board MOU is being complied with. I would also like to ask the Policy Review Committee to review Policy 7-16, 1.1. These are some policies. That's a policy that I think that we need to revisit. As the climate has changed, I think it's time for us to make some changes as well. I do want to say that Suffolk Public Schools, although we may have our differences on how we're going to get there, I truly believe that it's in majority of everyone's desire is to move Suffolk Public Schools forward in the right direction. When you see things like we did tonight and at the last school board meeting about our honor students and how many were accepted into various colleges and their plans, it's because the Suffolk Public Schools family made it possible along with community stakeholders. That's one big thing that I am going to be pushing from henceforward, is that we improve our community stakeholder relation. That's not saying that we are doing a horrible job or anything of that sort. I want the notion to be clear. What I am saying is that we all have room for improvement, and stakeholder relations is not just the day-to-day operations of the school administrative team. It's also the job of school board members, that we are visible, that we are out in the community, that we're working with our constituents, that we are advocating, and that we are accessible, and that we are actively listening to our citizens. I want to close by saying, I'm appreciative of our coaches who give of their time to direct our students. I'm appreciative of our students who are continually showing up to school every day and working hard. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I look forward to moving forward with you all next month.
I'm unsure of what sign-in sheets you want to see and the training materials you want to see. Did you want to make that a motion, or are you saying it should be presented to the board, or the other board members who want to see this material, or what are we doing here?
I can make it in a motion.
Is that what you're trying?
As a matter of fact, to be on the safe side, I would make it in the form of a motion. I move that.
This is board member comments now, but I'm
hold on.
asking.
A question was asked of me.
Yeah, I know.
And you asked me if I wanted to make a motion. And Madam Chair, you gave me the floor. I don't, okay, I'm going to digress. I'm asking for this information. And if I have to come back at our next meeting and make it in the form of a motion, I'll be more than glad to do it.
Yeah, because as soon as I said that, somebody over on the other side reminded me where we were. So
I heard it, but I just, I don't mind. I come back to the next meeting and I can make it in a motion then if it's not willingly given.
Right, then we'll do whatever we need to do. Okay? So it's at the end of your comments. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, board member Storr.
Okay, I have, first I have a question. The adult education program at CCAP, is that under Suffolk Public Schools? The one that night? Is that part of Suffolk Public Schools?
That's the Delta. Yes.
So I've been on the board, since I've been on the board, I don't think we've ever had a report on that program. I don't think I've ever heard what classes are being taught, how many attend, what percentage of the kids get their GED, and then I think there's a lot of other. I have no idea how much that program costs. I don't have any idea about any of it.
I do believe we have GED reports and
So
those kinds of things.
I'm just asking that at some point, I think it would be, I would like information about the adult ed program at CCAP because I've never heard anything about it. The other thing is I'd like to know how many attended the Saturday Academy on April 2nd. What was the attendance at that? I'd appreciate that update. I also, I noticed that I think the superintendent gives a report annually, something about the critical shortage of teachers and administrators by subject. I'd like that, the board here, what our critical teacher shortage needs are and by subject. I'm also curious to know how many of our classrooms this year have been filled with long-term subs.
Is this, wait just a minute. Are we doing board member comments?
Yeah, this is, they are comments, I know, and I think that I think that this is something, this is comments.
Board member comments?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
They are comments.
What's
To
your
ask
comment?
for some of this information, that is part of our duty, is to know some of this information if we don't know it and we can't turn around and communicate
So
it
you're
to.
asking
So
me.
I'm asking for this information, correct. I'm wondering if we might have a closed session scheduled for our next meeting that has to do with the situation at Lakeland High School and its leadership team. And I'll leave it at that. I think you know what I'm referring to, and I think that should be, it's a personnel issue, and so I want
That
to,
is not under your purview at this time unless there's a recommendation from the superintendent.
I think the school board should have an update on the personnel
If the school board
at
goes,
the Lakeland High School. And if I need to come back with a motion, I will. And lastly, I want to put out that, and I wish I had thought about this earlier, but it's not too late, I don't think. I would really like that we look at replacing some of the trailers with some of the dollars that we have. The trailers or some new kind of portable units. I think this could come under what I seem to see as coming under perhaps COVID or some kind of monies that we are getting, ARP monies. I'd really like to see that, can we use some of this money to help our teachers who are in these very, very, very old trailers?
where
And
are you talking about, Mrs. Story? Which trailers?
any of the trailers.
Well, I mean, there are teachers at school, and I'm just asking you for clarification. There are teachers at schools that are going to be rebuilt. We wouldn't invest $100,000 in a trailer for a school that's going to be rebuilt, and that's why I'm asking you. So do you have a target school that you're talking about? 'Cause I'm
Sure,
trying to
let's
write down
target
what it is.
Elephant's Fork. How about that? I really think it should be done strategically, and I don't think that that's the point that I name a school. Yes, that should be taken into consideration, the outbuilding of these schools, but many of them are a long way out. And so that would be part of the strategy of what trailers should be replaced. I'm asking that we maybe have a conversation on that sometime. And finally, even though, well, let me just say this. I think there was actually good discussion tonight. I think a lot of the board members talked, had discussion, and I think that's a good thing. And even if we don't agree, being able to have discussion and talking and being able to express our views without being cut off is really good. So I look forward to our next board meeting. Thank you.
Board Member Howe.
I want to say one more time, go Warriors, because they supported Kings Fork twice down there. I have to catch up. And congrats to all the Spotlight teachers, the Citywide Teachers of the Year. It is April. The end is in sight. Well done. Mr. Davis, I believe it was, thank you so much for coming. I love that idea. I don't know if it's ever been discussed. I don't know if it will be discussed here, but I personally thank you for bringing that idea to my attention, to give students an opportunity to step in a leadership role like that and then kind of understand what it's like to sit on this side of the table, because I'm sure you've learned quite a bit as well. Kind of to piggyback off of board member story, hopefully you guys saw good discussion tonight. I can say that I have seen, I would call it, progress in peace since I came on board in January, and it gives me hope and courage for our community as a whole. To be able to, kids need to see us, adults in general, us up here as well, communicating respectfully and peacefully, working together and disagreeing respectfully but moving forward. Because that's how that we're going to make them productive citizens. We can teach them every academic course that we could offer, but we teach them how to be citizens by teaching them how to speak, how to inform themselves, and then how to disagree respectfully and carry on. And so I personally am encouraged that there was conversation tonight, and I feel like a very collaborative atmosphere up here. We all have a role to play in this. I think I said it last month. Stakeholders with no kids in the system, parents in the community, all of us, and all of the SPS employees led by Dr. Gordon, we all have a role. They're different sizes and different shapes, different times when they're appropriate, but we all have to step up. To pass the buck is just to pass the trouble on to someone else, and it will land somewhere. We don't do everything right, but we don't do everything wrong either. And it's time to start finding our middle and working towards building up our strengths, but also attacking the weaknesses and reducing them. So I hope that this pace continues. I hope this conversation and this dialogue and this progress continues, because this is what I signed up for, and I think this is what I was elected for, was to be part of a discussion and make progress in whatever direction is needed.
Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks-Buck. First of all, just piggyback and thank everyone who was honored tonight, our alumni and our current students. And I also want to let the student that had an F and brought it up to a D, I'm just as proud of you as the honor graduates, because you've made progress. So I don't want to think any of our students are being left out. Spring break is next week. And I just want the kids and the staff to make smart decisions. Spring break does not mean break rules. It does not mean spring break body parts and doing things you shouldn't be doing. We want you to come back just as happy and as one piece as when you leave on tomorrow for your spring break. The student rep that came, I concur with you. I think we have discussed a little bit about having a student representative, and I am 100% for that. We have to put people or kids in place to mold them to become other things, and board member, whatever. I think that is a great opportunity for learning. I want to thank the board members for a productive meeting tonight. Thank Dr. Gordon and the staff for all of your hard work. It's never unnoticed, and like Board Member Howell said, we don't get it all right, but we don't get it all wrong either. And we saw that tonight. You see the things that's going on in the schools, and I know a lot of people have come forth about our reading levels, saying our scores look pretty good, but we're not going to forget if we're 70%, we're not going to forget the 30% that's still left behind. We're still working on that because our goal is 100%. So yeah, we're hoorah the 70% that we may have, but we have not forgotten that we have 30% that we have to bring up to par. And I believe that our staff and our leadership, we're all about doing that. And I appreciate you, and have a great summer. Spring break, sorry. I'm rushing it. I work in the schools. I'm ready for the summer.
I didn't know. Ms. Mayo.
It's not summer yet, Board Member Jenkins.
Come on.
This has been an evening of celebration, and we began with celebration. And I do want to congratulate all who were recognized in our good news report, to our student athletes. And I do agree that you have to get your lesson. You have to have good grades in order to play sports. So congratulations to you. And our school division is on the move in academics and athletics, providing career pathways for our students. We are providing what our students need. And I am very proud of our school division for what we do. I'm looking forward to developing our strategic plan, and most important to me is student achievement and what we can do to enhance student achievement and address that as we move forward for the next few years. To our Teacher of the Year, congratulations, and also to all of the teachers that were featured in our good news report as well. Yes, we have not forgotten about those students who were not honor graduates, and we want to focus on all of our students and provide the best educational opportunities for our students. I would certainly like to thank Dr. Gordon and his staff and all of our administrators and teachers and all Suffolk Public Schools employees for your hard work and dedication. Thank you so much for all that you do for our children. In addition, I do serve on the as the representative for our school board for the Governor's School for the Arts, and I want you to know that your Governor's School is on the move. We had a presentation at our last meeting from our theater department and our dance department. Those students are working, and their work is phenomenal, and we have much to be proud of, and our Suffolk students are right there with them. Again, thank you so much for all you do, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard a lot of information this evening, and I'm very proud of the reports we've received, the good news that we've received. Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw, for bringing that to us this evening. We have so many good things going on, and we are concentrating on the things that we know we need to work on. We have numerous things that we are working on. Dr. Gordon keeps us informed of those. We are instituting a lot of new programs and a lot of new initiatives, and I feel sure that these will pan out and be very worthwhile as we move forward. A few weeks ago, several of us attended the Suffolk Education Foundation Gala at the Hilton, and I wanted to comment on that. That was a wonderful evening of entertainment, and the students had wonderful performances. I commend the students and the teachers who work with those students diligently to perform. And I was glad that we could all be present this year for that and not do virtual. That was very nice. I hope as we move forward with our new program at Lakeland High School, we will have even bigger and better performances presented to us. I was especially proud that the CCAP students were there serving desserts. As you heard, one of the honor graduates from Lakeland, one of her memorable moments in school was serving her cheesecake at the gala, and that it brought $330 into auction. And I thought that was a very worthwhile proceeding that we had, Dr. Gordon. That was something that was added. I hope they will continue that. And our students being able to serve us. I found out that a lot of those culinary students go on to very lucrative and very good careers, and we need to highlight those students as often as we can. I thank the instructor for her leadership in doing that. A few years ago, the Garden Hilton, I believe, employed one of our culinary students as their head culinary leader. So, you know, our system is producing a lot of students doing great things. Also, the finance department, which I always harp on, and Ms. Forsman, which I always thank, and her small group that leads us in finance. We do an excellent job. And giving a shout out to all of our bookkeepers, I appreciate that. They did an outstanding job. I've been on the board for many years. I've, received many comments on bookkeeping, and sometimes we had a list from each school of comments, things that they could improve. But thankfully, we got 100% who had no comments. So that is a wonderful feat. And I know it didn't come only from the bookkeepers. It came from the leadership in the finance department, steering them in the correct path to follow. But I thank them for that, for their diligence and their dedication in that endeavor. And that is a very wonderful accomplishment. And I'll stop at that, Dr. Buck.
Okay. Well, ditto to all of what everybody else has said. I want to give a special thanks to the parents again, the parents, the grandparents, the guardians, all of the folks who were here with the Lakeland Honor students. I looked at where, and I guess all of us come from the perspective of where our experiences take us. That's how we process things. I looked at the VSU students, the NSU students, the UVA students, the VCU students, the Elizabeth City State University students, the Hampton students, the A&T students, the TCC students who want to move on to go to ODU and NSU and other places, and Paul DeCamp, the culinary students, the students who are training at the shipyard, and the students who want to be truck drivers. All of those folks are moving in the direction. They have a plan. They want to move forward. And I'm so proud of them because they want to move forward. They have some goal in life that they want to accomplish. So I'm very proud of those students, and I want them to know that. The interesting thing has always been for me that being proud of one group doesn't diminish another group. It doesn't mean that I don't care about everybody else, because I do. But this night is their night, and I want to give them some props. So I'm very proud of the Lakeland High School honor students. I'm extremely proud of the track teams from Nansemond River who were honored because they've done an exceptional job over the years, and that was recognized tonight. The basketball teams, and I thought about this as I sat here with the Kings Fork basketball teams, and I thought, I asked Mrs. Byram because I knew she knew their principal. I said, did he play professional basketball? And yeah, he did. So I'm not surprised coming from there, and I'm sure he's very proud of them. But I think that first time in 19 years just put us on the map, and I'm proud of all of those kids, the teams from Nansemond River, the teams from Kings Fork, the teams from Lakeland that are also recognized. Very proud of them. It is hard when you go to school all day, and then you have to participate in the sport. I'm a football mom and a basketball aunt and wrestling and track. on as well. I had 3 boys doing different things that I helped to raise. One I gave birth to, but the others just wound up in my lap, so I had them. At any rate, it's a very difficult life for parents and for everybody else, and I know it takes a whole group of people to support children in those efforts. So I want to say thank you to all the parents and guardians and aunts and uncles and all those people who support those children in those efforts. The teachers and administrators who have done extremely well and demonstrated that they have in their areas, the teachers of the year, the other folks who have worked in their schools, I'm proud of you. But we are a team and we are a family. And from the superintendent, throughout the staff, to the people who clean our buildings, the cafeteria workers, everybody, we're a family. And without one element of the group, we do not work together. So I'm just thankful that we do get to work together. And everybody is doing their part. And as long as everybody's doing their part, we accomplish our purpose. And so in the midst of all sorts of things, agree, disagree, or move on, people have done well. The school system has moved. And speaking of moving, we're going to move to the other items in the next area, informational items. And I would like to offer condolences out loud to the family of Wayne Lawson, who was one of our bus mechanics. He worked for us for 30 years. He passed away on February 4th. And Betty Turner, who was one of our secretaries, worked for us for 12 years and retired. She passed away on February 25th. We send condolences to those families as they mourn the loss of their loved ones. And I will entertain at this time, if all minds are clear, a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
It's been moved and seconded. I dare say I doubt if there are any questions. All right, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Good night.